Section 1 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine LeVar. The Strength of the Strong, Part 1 by Jack London. Epigraph. Parables don't lie, but liars will parable. Lip King. Old Longbeard paused in his narrative, licked his greasy fingers, and wiped them on his naked sides where his one piece of ragged bearskin failed to cover him. Crouched around him on their hams were 3 young men, his grandsons, Deer Runner, Yellowhead, and Afraid of the Dark. In appearance they were much the same. Skins of wild animals partly covered them. They were lean and meagre of build, narrow-hipped and crooked-legged, and at the same time deep-chested, with heavy arms and enormous hands. There was much hair on their chests and shoulders, and on the outside of their arms and legs. Their heads were matted with uncut hair, long locks of which often strayed before their eyes, beady and black and glittering like the eyes of birds. They were narrow between the eyes and broad between the cheeks, while their lower jaws were projecting and massive. It was a night of clear starlight, and below them, stretching away remotely, lay range on range of forest-covered hills. In the distance the heavens were red from the glow of a volcano. At their backs yawned the black mouth of a cave, out of which, from time to time, blew draughty gusts of wind. Immediately in front of them blazed a fire. At one side, partly devoured, lay the carcass of a bear, with about it, at a respectable distance, several large dogs, shaggy and wolf-like. Beside each man lay his bow and arrows and a huge club. In the cave mouth a number of rude spears leaned against the rock. "So that was how we moved from the cave to the tree," old Longbeard spoke up. They laughed boisterously, like big children, at recollection of a previous story his words called up. Longbeard laughed too, the 5-inch bodkin of bone thrust midway through the cartilage of his nose, leaping and dancing and adding to his ferocious appearance. He did not exactly say the words recorded, but he made animal-like sounds with his mouth that meant the same thing. "And that is the first I remember of the Sea Valley," Longbeard went on. "We were a very foolish crowd. We did not know the secret of strength. For behold, each family lived by itself and took care of itself. There were 30 families, but we got no strength from one another. We were in fear of each other all the time. No one ever paid visits. In the top of our tree we built a grass house, and on the platform outside was a pile of rocks, which were for the heads of any that might chance to try to visit us. Also, we had our spears and arrows. We never walked under the trees of the other families, either. My brother did once, under old Boog's tree, and he got his head broken, and that was the end of him. Old Boog was very strong. It was said he could pull a grown man's head right off. I never heard of him doing it, because no man would give him a chance. Father wouldn't. One day, when Father was down on the beach, Boog took after Mother. She couldn't run fast, for the day before she had got her leg clawed by a bear when she was up on the mountain gathering berries. So Boog caught her and carried her up into his tree. Father never got her back. He was afraid. Old Boog made faces at him. But Father did not mind. Strongarm was another strong man. He was one of the best fishermen. But one day, climbing after seagull eggs, he had a fall from the cliff. He was never strong after that. He coughed a great deal, and his shoulders drew near to each other. So Father took Strongarm's wife. When he came around and coughed under our tree, Father laughed at him and threw rocks at him. It was our way in those days. We did not know how to add strength together and become strong." "Would a brother take a brother's wife?" Deer Runner demanded. "Yes, if he had gone to live in another tree by himself." "But we do not do such things now," Afraid of the Dark objected. "It is because I have taught your fathers better." Longbeard thrust his hairy paw into the bear meat and drew out a handful of suet, which he sucked with a meditative air. Again he wiped his hands on his naked sides and went on. What I am telling you happened in the long ago, before we knew any better. You must have been fools not to know better, was Deer Runner's comment. Yellowhead grunting approval. So we were, but we became bigger fools, as you shall see. Still, we did learn better, and this was the way of it. We fish-eaters had not learned to add our strength until our strength was the strength of all of us. But the meat-eaters, who lived across the divide in the big valley, stood together, hunted together, fished together, and fought together. One day they came into our valley. Each family of us got into its own cave and tree. There were only 10 meat-eaters, but they fought together, and we fought, each family by itself. Longbeard counted long and perplexedly on his fingers. There were 60 men of us, was what he managed to say with fingers and lips combined. And we were very strong, only we did not know it. So we watched the 10 men attack Boog's tree. He made a good fight, but he had no chance. We looked on. When some of the meat-eaters tried to climb the tree, Boog had to show himself in order to drop stones on their heads, whereupon the other meat-eaters, who were waiting for that very thing, shot him full of arrows. And that was the end of Boog. Next, the meat-eaters got One Eye and his family in his cave. They built a fire in the mouth and smoked him out, like we smoked out the bear there today. Then they went after Six Fingers up his tree, and while they were killing him and his grown son, the rest of us ran away. They caught some of our women and killed 2 old men who could not run fast, and several children. The women they carried away with them to the big valley. After that the rest of us crept back, and somehow, perhaps because we were in fear and felt the need for one another, we talked the thing over. It was our first council, our first real council, and in that council we formed our first tribe. For we had learned the lesson. Of the 10 meat-eaters, each man had had the strength of 10, for the 10 had fought as one man. They had added their strength together. But of the 30 families and the 60 men of us, we had had the strength of but one man, for each had fought alone. It was a great talk we had, and it was hard talk, for we did not have the words then as now with which to talk. The bug made some of the words long afterward, and so did others of us make words from time to time. But in the end we agreed to add our strength together and to be as one man when the meat-eaters came over the divide to steal our women. And that was the tribe. We set 2 men on the divide, one for the day and one for the night, to watch if the meat-eaters came. These were the eyes of the tribe. Then, also, day and night, there were to be 10 men awake with their clubs and spears and arrows in their hands, ready to fight. Before, when a man went after fish or clams or gull eggs, he carried his weapons with him, and half the time he was getting food and half the time watching for fear some other men would get to him. Now that was all changed. The men went out without their weapons and spent all their time getting food. Likewise, when the women went into the mountains after roots and berries, 5 of the 10 men went with them to guard them, while all the time, day and night, the eyes of the tribe watched from the top of the divide. But troubles came. As usual, it was about the women. Men without wives wanted other men's wives, and there was much fighting between men, and now and again one got his head smashed or a spear through his body. While one of the watchers was on top of the divide, another man stole his wife, and he came down to fight. Then the other watcher was in fear that someone would take his wife, and he came down likewise. Also, there was trouble among the 10 men, who carried always their weapons, and they fought 5 against 5, till some ran away down the coast, and others ran after them. So it was that the tribe was left without eyes or guards. We had not the strength of 60, we had no strength at all. So we held a council and made our first laws. I was but a cub at the time, but I remember. We said that, in order to be strong, we must not fight one another, and we made a law that when a man killed another, him would the tribe kill. We made another law that whoso stole another man's wife, him would the tribe kill. We said that whatever man had too great strength, and by that strength hurt his brothers in the tribe, him would we kill that his strength might hurt no more. For, if we let his strength hurt, the brothers would become afraid, and the tribe would fall apart, and we would be as weak as when the meat-eaters first came upon us and killed Buug. Knucklebone was a strong man, a very strong man, and he knew not law. He knew only his strength, and in the fullness thereof he went forth and took the wife of Three Clams. Three Clams tried to fight, but Knucklebone clubbed out his brains. Yet had Knucklebone forgotten that all the men of us had added our strength to keep the law among us, and him we killed at the foot of his tree, and hung his body on a branch as a warning that the law was stronger than any man. For we were the law, all of us, and no man was greater than the law. Then there were other troubles, for know, O dear Renner and Yellowhead, and afraid of the dark, that it is not easy to make a tribe. There were many things, little things, that it was a great trouble to call all the men together to have a council about. We were having councils morning, noon, and night, and in the middle of the night. We could find little time to go out and get food because of the councils, for there was always some little thing to be settled, such as naming 2 new watchers to take the place of the old ones on the hill, or naming how much food should fall to the share of the men who kept their weapons always in their hands and got no food for themselves. We stood in need of a chief man to do these things, who would be the voice of the council, and who would account to the council for the things he did. So we named Fifth the chief man. He was a strong man, too, and very cunning, and when he was angry he made noises just like that, Fifth, like a wild cat. The 10 men who guarded the tribe were set to work, making a wall of stones across the narrow part of the valley. The women and large children helped, as did other men, until the wall was strong. After that, all the families came down out of their caves and trees and built grass houses behind the shelter of the wall. These houses were large and much better than the caves and trees, and everyone had a better time of it, because the men had added their strength together and become a tribe. Because of the wall and the guards and the watchers, there was more time to hunt and fish and pick roots and berries. There was more food and better food, and no one went hungry. And Three Legs, so named because his legs had been smashed when a boy, and who walked with a stick, Three Legs got the seed of the wild corn and planted it in the ground in the valley near his house. Also he tried planting fat roots and other things he found in the mountain valleys. Because of the safety in the sea valley, which was because of the wall and the watchers and the guards, and because there was food in plenty for all without having to fight for it, many families came in from the coast valleys on both sides, and from the high-back mountains, where they had lived more like wild animals than men. And it was not long before the sea valley filled up, and in it were countless families. But before this happened, the land, which had been free to all and belonged to all, was divided up. Three Legs began it when he planted corn, but most of us did not care about the land. We thought that the marking of the boundaries with fences of stone was a foolishness. We had plenty to eat, and what more did we want? I remember that my father and I built stone fences for Three Legs, and were given corn in return. So only a few got all the land, and Three Legs got most of it. Also, others that had taken land gave it to the few that held on, being paid in return with corn and fat roots and bearskins and fishes which the farmers got from the fishermen in exchange for corn. And the first thing we knew, all the land was gone. It was about this time that Fifth died, and Dogtooth, his son, was made chief. He demanded to be made chief anyway, because his father had been chief before him. Also, he looked upon himself as a greater chief than his father. He was a good chief at first, and worked hard, so that the council had less and less to do. Then arose a new voice in the sea valley. It was Twisted Lip. We had never thought much of him, until he began to talk with the spirits of the dead. Later we called him Big Fat, because he ate overmuch and did no work, and grew round and large. One day Big Fat told us that the secrets of the dead were his, and that he was the voice of God. He became great friends with Dogtooth, who commanded that we should build Big Fat a grass house. And Big Fat put taboos all around this house and kept God inside. More and more Dogtooth became greater than the council, and when the council grumbled and said it would name a new chief, Big Fat spoke with the voice of God and said no. Also, Three Legs and the others who held the land stood behind Dogtooth. Moreover, the strongest man in the council was Sea Lion, and him the landowners gave land to secretly, along with many bearskins and baskets of corn. So Sea Lion said that Big Fat's voice was truly the voice of God and must be obeyed. And soon afterward Sea Lion was named the voice of Dogtooth and did most of his talking for him. Then there was Little Belly, a little man so thin in the middle that he looked as if he had never had enough to eat. Inside the mouth of the river, after the sandbar had combed the strength of the breakers, he built a big fish trap. No man had ever seen or dreamed a fish trap before. He worked weeks on it, with his son and his wife, while the rest of us laughed at their labors. But when it was done, the first day he caught more fish in it than could the whole tribe in a week, whereat there was great rejoicing. There was only one other place in the river for a fish trap, but when my father and I and a dozen other men started to make a very large trap, the guards came from the big grass house we had built for Dogtooth, and the guards poked us with their spears and told us begone, because Little Belly was going to build a trap there himself on the word of Sea Lion, who was the voice of Dogtooth. There was much grumbling, and my father called a council, but when he rose to speak, him the Sea Lion thrust through the throat with a spear, and he died. And Dogtooth and Little Belly and Three Legs and all that held land said it was good, and Big Fat said it was the will of God. And after that all men were afraid to stand up in the council, and there was no more council. Another man, Pigjaw, began to keep goats. He had heard about it as among the meat-eaters, and it was not long before he had many flocks. Other men who had no land and no fish traps, and who else would have gone hungry, were glad to work for Pigjaw, caring for his goats, guarding them from wild dogs and tigers, and driving them to the feeding pastures in the mountains. In return, Pigjaw gave them goat meat to eat and goat skins to wear, and sometimes they traded the goat meat for fish and corn and fat roots. It was this time that money came to be. Sea Lion was the man who first thought of it, and he talked it over with Dogtooth and Big Fat. You see, these three were the ones that got a share of everything in the Sea Valley. 1 basket out of every 3 of corn was theirs, 1 fish out of every 3, 1 goat out of every 3. In return they fed the guards and the watchers, and kept the rest for themselves. Sometimes, when a big haul of fish was made, they did not know what to do with all their share. So Sea Lion set the women to making money out of shell, little round pieces with a hole in each one, and all made smooth and fine. These were strung on strings, and the strings were called money. Each string was of the value of 30 fish or 40 fish, but the women, who made a string a day, were given 2 fish each. The fish came out of the shares of Dogtooth, Big Fat, and Sea Lion, which they 3 did not eat. So all the money belonged to them. Then they told Three Legs and the other landowners that they would take their share of corn and roots in money, Little Belly that they would take their share of fish in money, Pigjaw that they would take their share of goats and cheese in money. Thus a man who had nothing worked for one who had, and was paid in money. With this money he bought corn and fish and meat and cheese. And Three Legs and all owners of things paid Dogtooth and Sea Lion and Big Fat their share in money. And they paid the guards and watchers in money, and the guards and watchers bought their food with the money. And, because money was cheap, Dogtooth made many more men into guards, and, because money was cheap to make, a number of men began to make money out of shell themselves, but the guards stuck spears in them and shot them full of arrows, because they were trying to break up the tribe. It was bad to break up the tribe, for then the meat-eaters would come over the divide and kill them all. End of Section 1. Recording by Catherine LeVar. Section 2 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine LeVar. The Strength of the Strong, Part 2, by Jack London. Big Fat was the voice of God. But he took Broken Rib and made him into a priest, so that he became the voice of Big Fat and did most of his talking for him. And both had other men to be servants to them. So also did Little Belly and Three Legs and Pig Jaw have other men to lie in the sun about their grass houses, and carry messages for them, and give commands. And more were men taken away from work, so that those that were left worked harder than ever before. It seemed that men desired to do no work, and strove to seek out other ways whereby men should work for them. Crooked Eyes found such a way. He made the first fire brew out of corn, and thereafter he worked no more, for he talked secretly with Dogtooth and Big Fat and the other masters, and it was agreed that he should be the only one to make fire brew. But Crooked Eyes did no work himself. Men made the brew for him, and he paid them in money. Then he sold the fire brew for money, and all men bought. And many strings of money did he give Dogtooth and Sea Lion and all of them. Big Fat and Broken Rib stood by Dogtooth when he took his second wife, and his third wife. They said Dogtooth was different from other men, and second only to God that Big Fat kept in his taboo house, and Dogtooth said so, too, and wanted to know who were they to grumble about how many wives he took. Dogtooth had a big canoe made, and many more men he took from work, who did nothing and lay in the sun, save only when Dogtooth went in the canoe, when they paddled for him. And he made Tiger Face head man over all the guards, so that Tiger Face became his right arm. And when he did not like a man, Tiger Face killed that man for him. And Tiger Face also made another man to be his right arm, and to give commands, and to kill for him. But this was the strange thing. As the days went by, we who were left worked harder and harder, and yet did we get less and less to eat. "But what of the goats, and the corn, and the fat roots, and the fish trap?" spoke up Afraid of the Dark. "What of all this? Was there not more food to be gained by man's work?" "It is so," Longbeard agreed. 3 men on the fish trap got more fish than the whole tribe before there was a fish trap. But have I not said we were fools? The more food we were able to get, the less food did we have to eat. But was it not plain that the many men who did not work ate it all up? Yellowhead demanded. Longbeard nodded his head sadly. Dogtooth's dogs were stuffed with meat, and the men who lay in the sun and did no work were rolling in fat, and at the same time there were little children crying themselves to sleep with hunger biting them with every wail. Deer Runner was spurred by the recital of famine to tear out a chunk of bear meat and broil it on a stick over the coals. This he devoured with smacking lips, while Longbeard went on. When we grumbled, Big Fat arose, and with the voice of God said that God had chosen the wise men to own the land, and the goats, and the fish trap, and the fire brew, and that without these wise men we would all be animals, as in the days when we lived in trees. And there arose one who became a singer of songs for the king. Him they called the Bug, because he was small and ungainly of face and limb, and excelled not in work or deed. He loved the fattest marrow bones, the choicest fish, the milk warm from the goats, the first corn that was ripe, and the snug place by the fire. And thus, becoming singer of songs to the king, he found a way to do nothing and be fat. And when the people grumbled more and more, and some threw stones at the king's grass house, the Bug sang a song of how good it was to be a fish-eater. In his song he told that the fish-eaters were the chosen of God and the finest men God had made. He sang of the meat-eaters as pigs and crows, and sang how fine and good it was for the fish-eaters to fight and die, doing God's work, which was the killing of meat-eaters. The words of his song were like fire in us, and we clamored to be led against the meat-eaters, and we forgot that we were hungry and why we had grumbled, and were glad to be led by Tiger Face over the divide, where we killed many meat-eaters and were content. But things were no better in the Sea Valley. The only way to get food was to work for Three Legs, or Little Belly, or Pig Jaw, for there was no land that a man might plant with corn for himself. And often there were more men than Three Legs and the others had work for. So these men went hungry, and so did their wives and children and their old mothers. Tiger Face said they could become guards if they wanted to, and many of them did, and thereafter they did no work except to poke spears in the men who did work and who grumbled at feeding so many idlers. And when we grumbled, ever the bug sang new songs. He said that Three Legs and Pig Jaw and the rest were strong men, and that was why they had so much. He said that we should be glad to have strong men with us, else would we perish of our own worthlessness and the meat-eaters. Therefore we should be glad to let such strong men have all they could lay hands on, and Big Fat and Pig Jaw and Tiger Face and all the rest said it was true. "All right," said Long Fang. "Then will I, too, be a strong man." And he got himself corn, and began to make fire brew and sell it for strings of money. And when Crooked Eyes complained, Long Fang said that he was himself a strong man, and that if Crooked Eyes made any more noise he would bash his brains out for him. Whereat Crooked Eyes was afraid, and went and talked with Three Legs and Pig Jaw. And all three went and talked to Dogtooth. And Dogtooth spoke to Sea Lion, and Sea Lion sent a runner with a message to Tiger Face, and Tiger Face sent his guards, who burned Long Fang's house along with the fire brew he had made. Also they killed him and all his family. And Big Fat said it was good, and the bug sang another song about how good it was to observe the law, and what a fine land the Sea Valley was, and how every man who loved the Sea Valley should go forth and kill the bad meat-eaters. And again his song was as fire to us, and we forgot to grumble. It was very strange. When Little Belly caught too many fish, so that it took a great many to sell for a little money, he threw many of the fish back into the sea, so that more money would be paid for what was left. And Three Legs often let many large fields lie idle, so as to get more money for his corn. And the women, making so much money out of shell that much money was needed to buy with, Dogtooth stopped the making of money, and the women had no work, so they took the places of the men. I worked on the fish trap, getting a string of money every 5 days, but my sister now did my work, getting a string of money for every 10 days. The women worked cheaper, and there was less food, and Tiger Face said we should become guards. Only I could not become a guard, because I was lame of one leg, and Tiger Face would not have me. And there were many like me. We were broken men, and only fit to beg for work or to take care of the babies while the women worked. Yellowhead, too, was made hungry by the recital, and broiled a piece of bear meat on the coals. "But why didn't you rise up, all of you, and kill Three Legs and Pig Jaw and Big Fat and the rest and get enough to eat?" Afraid in the Dark demanded. "Because we could not understand," Longbeard answered. "There was too much to think about, and also there were the guards sticking spears into us, and Big Fat talking about God, and the bug singing new songs, and when any man did think right and said so, Tiger Face and the guards got him, and he was tied out to the rocks at low tide so that the rising waters drowned him. It was a strange thing, the money. It was like the bug's songs. It seemed all right, but it wasn't, and we were slow to understand. Dogtooth began to gather the money in. He put it in a big pile in a grass house, with guards to watch it day and night. And the more money he piled in the house, the dearer money became, so that a man worked a longer time for a string of money than before. Then, too, there was always talk of war with the meat-eaters, and Dogtooth and Tiger Face filled many houses with corn and dried fish and smoked goat meat and cheese. And with the food piled there in the mountains, the people had not enough to eat. But what did it matter? Whenever the people grumbled too loudly, the bug sang a new song, and Big Fat said it was God's word that we should kill meat-eaters, and Tiger Face led us over the divide to kill and be killed. I was not good enough to be a guard and lie fat in the sun, but when we made war, Tiger Face was glad to take me along. And when we had eaten all the food stored in the houses, we stopped fighting and went back to work to pile up more food." "Then were you all crazy?" commented Deer Runner. "Then were we indeed all crazy," Longbeard agreed. "It was strange, all of it. There was Split Nose. He said everything was wrong. He said it was true that we grew strong by adding our strength together. And he said that, when we first formed the tribe, it was right that the men whose strength hurt the tribe should be shorn of their strength, men who bashed their brothers' heads and stole their brothers' wives. And now, he said, the tribe was not getting stronger, but was getting weaker, because there were men with another kind of strength that were hurting the tribe. Men who had the strength of the land, like Three Legs, who had the strength of the fish trap, like Little Belly, who had the strength of all the goat meat, like Pig Jaw. The thing to do, Splitnose said, was to shear these men of their evil strength, to make them go to work, all of them, and to let no man eat who did not work. And the bug sang another song about men like Splitnose, who wanted to go back and live in trees. Yet Splitnose said no, that he did not want to go back, but ahead, that they grew strong only as they added their strength together, and that, if the fish-eaters would add their strength to the meat-eaters, there would be no more fighting, and no more watchers, and no more guards, and that, with all men working, there would be so much food that each man would have to work not more than 2 hours a day. Then the bug sang again, and he sang that Splitnose was lazy, and he sang also the song of the bees. It was a strange song, and those who listened were made mad, as from the drinking of strong fire-brew. The song was of a swarm of bees, and of a robber wasp who had come in to live with the bees, and who was stealing all their honey. The wasp was lazy, and told them there was no need to work. Also, he told them to make friends with the bears, who were not honey-stealers, but only very good friends. And the bug sang in crooked words, so that those who listened knew that the swarm was the Sea Valley tribe, that the bears were the meat-eaters, and that the lazy wasp was Splitnose. And when the bug sang that the bees listened to the wasp till the swarm was near to perishing, the people growled and snarled, and when the bug sang that at last the good bees arose and stung the wasp to death, the people picked up stones from the ground and stoned Splitnose to death, till there was naught to be seen of him but the heap of stones they had flung on top of him. And there were many poor people who worked long and hard and had not enough to eat, that helped throw the stones on Splitnose. And, after the death of Splitnose, there was but one other man that dared rise up and speak his mind, and that man was Hareface. "Where is the strength of the strong?" he asked. "We are the strong, all of us, and we are stronger than Dogtooth and Tigerface and Three-Legs and Pigjaw, and all the rest who do nothing and eat much and weaken us by the hurt of their strength, which is bad strength. Men who are slaves are not strong. If the man who first found the virtue and use of fire had used his strength, we would have been his slaves, as we are the slaves today of Little Belly, who found the virtue and use of the fish-trap, and of the men who found the virtue and use of the land, and the goats, and the fire-brew. Before we lived in trees, my brothers, and no man was safe. But we fight no more with one another. We have added our strength together. Then let us fight no more with the meat-eaters. Let us add our strength and their strength together. Then will we be indeed strong, and then we will go out together, the fish-eaters and the meat-eaters, and we will kill the tigers and the lions and the wolves and the wild dogs, and we will pasture our goats on all the hillsides, and plant our corn and fat roots in all the high mountain valleys. In that day we will be so strong that all the wild animals will flee before us and perish. And nothing will withstand us, for the strength of each man will be the strength of all men in the world." So said Hareface, and they killed him, because they said he was a wild man and wanted to go back and live in a tree. It was very strange. Whenever a man arose and wanted to go forward, all those that stood still said he went backward and should be killed. And the poor people helped stone him, and were fools. We were all fools, except those who were fat and did no work. The fools were called wise, and the wise were stoned. Men who worked did not get enough to eat, and the men who did not work ate too much. And the tribe went on losing strength. The children were weak and sickly, and because we ate not enough, strange sicknesses came among us, and we died like flies. And then the meat-eaters came upon us. We had followed Tigerface too often over the divide and killed them, and now they came to repay in blood. We were too weak and sick to man the big wall, and they killed us, all of us, except some of the women, which they took away with them. The bug and I escaped, and I hid in the wildest places, and became a hunter of meat, and went hungry no more. I stole a wife from the meat-eaters, and went to live in the caves of the high mountains, where they could not find me. And we had 3 sons, and each son stole a wife from the meat-eaters. And the rest you know, for are you not the sons of my sons? But the bug, queried Deer Runner, what became of him? He went to live with the meat-eaters, and to be a singer of songs to the king. He is an old man now, but he sings the same old songs, and when a man rises up to go forward, he sings that that man is walking backward to live in a tree. Longbeard dipped into the bear carcass and sucked with toothless gums at a fist of suet. "Some day," he said, wiping his hands on his sides, "all the fools will be dead, and then all live men will go forward. The strength of the strong will be theirs, and they will add their strength together, so that of all the men in the world, not one will fight with another. There will be no guards, nor watchers on the walls, and all the hunting animals will be killed, and, as Hareface said, all the hillsides will be pastured with goats, and all the high mountain valleys will be planted with corn and fat roots, and all men will be brothers, and no man will lie idle in the sun and be fed by his fellows. And all that will come to pass in the time when the fools are dead, and when there will be no more singers to stand still and sing the song of the bees. Bees are not men." End of section 2. Recording by Catherine LeVar.
Section 3 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. South of the Slot, Part 1. Old San Francisco, which is the San Francisco of only the other day, the day before the earthquake, was divided midway by the Slot. The Slot was an iron crack that ran along the centre of Market Street, and from the Slot arose the burr of the ceaseless, endless cable that was hitched at will to the cars it dragged up and down. In truth, there were 2 slots, but in the quick grammar of the West, time was saved by calling them, and much more that they stood for, the Slot. North of the Slot were the theatres, hotels and shopping district, the banks and the staid, respectable business houses. South of the Slot were the factories, slums, laundries, machine shops, boiler works, and the abodes of the working class. The Slot was the metaphor that expressed the class cleavage of society, and no man crossed this metaphor back and forth more successfully than Freddie Drummond. He made a practice of living in both worlds, and in both worlds he lived signally well. Freddie Drummond was a professor in the sociology department of the University of California, and it was as a professor of sociology that he first crossed over the Slot, lived for 6 months in the great labour ghetto, and wrote The Unskilled Labourer, a book that was hailed everywhere as an able contribution to the literature of progress, and as a splendid reply to the literature of discontent. Politically and economically, it was nothing if not orthodox. Presidents of great railway systems bought whole editions of it to give to their employees. The Manufacturers' Association alone distributed 50,000 copies of it. In a way, it was almost as immoral as the far-famed and notorious Message to Gathia, while in its pernicious preachment of thrift and content it ran Mr. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch a close second. At first, Freddie Drummond found it monstrously difficult to get along among the working people. He was not used to their ways, and they certainly were not used to his. They were suspicious. He had no antecedents. He could talk of no previous jobs. His hands were soft. His extraordinary politeness was ominous. His first idea of the role he would play was that of a free and independent American who chose to work with his hands and no explanations given. But it wouldn't do, as he quickly discovered. At the beginning, they accepted him, very provisionally, as a freak. A little later, as he began to know his way about better, he insensibly drifted into the role that would work. Namely, he was a man who had seen better days, very much better days, but who was down on his luck, though, to be sure, only temporarily. He learned many things, and generalised much, and often erroneously, all of which can be found in the pages of The Unskilled Labourer. He saved himself, however, after the sane and conservative manner of his kind, by labelling his generalisations as tentative. One of his first experiences was in the great Wilmax cannery, where he was put on piecework making small packing cases. A box factory supplied the parts, and all Freddie Drummond had to do was to fit the parts into a form and drive in the wire nails with a light hammer. It was not skilled labour, but it was piecework. The ordinary labourers in the cannery got $1.50 per day. Freddie Drummond found the other men on the same job with him, jobbing along and earning $1.75 a day. By the third day, he was able to earn the same. But he was ambitious. He did not care to jog along and, being unusually able and fit, on the fourth day earned $2. The next day, having keyed himself up to an exhausting high tension, he earned $2.50. His fellow workers favoured him with scowls and black looks, and made remarks, slangily witty, and which he did not understand, about sucking up to the boss, and pacemaking and holding her down when the rain set in. He was astonished at their malingering on piecework, generalised about the inherent laziness of the unskilled worker, and proceeded next day to hammer out $3 worth of boxes. And that night, coming out of the cannery, he was interviewed by his fellow workmen, who were very angry and incoherently slangy. He failed to comprehend the motive behind their action. The action itself was strenuous. When he refused to ease down his pace and bleated about freedom of contract, independent Americanism, and the dignity of toil, they proceeded to spoil his pace-making ability. It was a fierce battle, for Drummond was a large man and an athlete, but the crowd finally jumped on his ribs, walked on his face, and stamped on his fingers, so that it was only after lying in bed for a week that he was able to get up and look for another job. All of which is duly narrated in that first book of his, in the chapter entitled The Tyranny of Labour. A little later, in another department of the Wilmax cannery, lumping as a fruit distributor among the women, he essayed to carry 2 boxes of fruit at a time, and was promptly reproached by the other fruit lumpers. It was palpable malingering, but he was there, he decided, not to change conditions, but to observe. So he lumped 1 box thereafter, and so well did he study the art of shirking that he wrote a special chapter on it, with the last several paragraphs devoted to tentative generalizations. In those 6 months, he worked at many jobs and developed into a very good imitation of a genuine worker. He was a natural linguist, and he kept notebooks, making a scientific study of the workers' slang or argot until he could talk it quite intelligibly. This language also enabled him more intimately to follow their mental processes, and thereby to gather much data for a projected chapter in some future book, which he planned to entitle Synthesis of Working-Class Psychology. Before he rose to the surface from that first plunge into the underworld, he discovered that he was a good actor, and demonstrated the plasticity of his nature. He was himself astonished at his own fluidity. Once having mastered the language and conquered numerous fastidious qualms, he found that he could flow into any nook of working-class life and fit it so snugly as to feel comfortably at home. As he said in the preface to his second book, The Toiler, he endeavoured really to know the working people, and the only possible way to achieve this was to work beside them, eat their food, sleep in their beds, be amused with their amusements, think their thoughts, and feel their feeling. He was not a deep thinker. He had no faith in new theories. All his norms and criteria were conventional. His thesis on the French Revolution was noteworthy in college annals, not merely for its painstaking and voluminous accuracy, but for the fact that it was the driest, deadest, most formal, and most orthodox screed ever written on the subject. He was a very reserved man, and his natural inhibition was large in quantity and steel-like in quality. He had but few friends. He was too undemonstrative, too frigid. He had no vices, nor had anyone ever discovered any temptations. Tobacco he detested, beer he abhorred, and he was never known to drink anything stronger than an occasional light wine at dinner. When a freshman, he had been baptised Icebox by his warmer-blooded fellows. As a member of the faculty, he was known as Cold Storage. He had but one grief, and that was Freddie. He had earned it when he played full-back in the Varsity 11, and his formal soul had never succeeded in living it down. Freddie he would ever be, except officially, and through nightmare vistas he looked into a future when his world would speak of him as Old Freddie. For he was very young to be a doctor of sociology, only 27, and he looked younger. In appearance and atmosphere he was a strapping big college man, smooth-faced and easy-mannered, clean and simple and wholesome, with a known record of being a splendid athlete, and an implied vast possession of cold culture of the inhibited sort. He never talked shop out of class and committee rooms, except later on, when his books showered him with distasteful public notice, and he yielded to the extent of reading occasional papers before certain literary and economic societies. He did everything right, too right, and in dress and comportment was inevitably correct. Not that he was a dandy, far from it. He was a college man, in dress and carriage as like as a pea to the type that, of late years, is being so generously turned out of our institutions of higher learning. His handshake was satisfyingly strong and stiff. His blue eyes were coldly blue and convincingly severe. His voice, firm and masculine, clean and crisp of enunciation, was pleasant to the ear. The one drawback of Freddie Drummond was his inhibition. He never unbent. In his football days, the higher the tension of the game, the cooler he grew. He was noted as a boxer, but he was regarded as an automaton, with the inhuman precision of a machine judging distance and timing blows, guarding, blocking, and stalling. He was rarely punished himself, while he rarely punished an opponent. He was too clever and too controlled to permit himself to put a pound more weight into a punch than he intended. With him, it was a matter of exercise. It kept him fit. As time went by, Freddie Drummond found himself more frequently crossing the slot and losing himself in South of Market. His summer and winter holidays were spent there, and whether it was a week or a weekend, he found the time spent there to be valuable and enjoyable. And there was so much material to be gathered. His third book, Mass and Master, became a textbook in the American universities, and almost before he knew it, he was at work on a fourth one, The Fallacy of the Inefficient. Somewhere in his makeup, there was a strange twist or quirk. Perhaps it was a recoil from his environment and training, or from the tempered seed of his ancestors, who had been bookmen generation preceding generation. But at any rate, he found enjoyment in being down in the working-class world. In his own world, he was cold storage, but down below he was Big Bill Tots, who could drink and smoke and slang and fight, and be an all-round favourite. Everybody liked Bill, and more than one working girl made love to him. At first, he had been merely a good actor, but as time went on, simulation became second nature. He no longer played a part, and he loved sausages and bacon, than which, in his own proper sphere, there was nothing more loathsome in the way of food. From doing the thing for the need's sake, he came to do it the thing for the thing's sake. He found himself regretting as the time drew near for him to go back to his lecture room and his inhibition, and he often found himself waiting with anticipation for the dreamy time to pass when he could cross the slot and cut loose and play the devil. He was not wicked, but as Big Bill Tots he did myriad things that Freddie Drummond would never have been permitted to do. Moreover, Freddie Drummond would never have wanted to do them. That was the strangest part of this discovery. Freddie Drummond and Bill Tots were two totally different creatures. The desires and tastes and impulses of each ran counter to the other's. Bill Tots could shirk at a job with clear conscience, while Freddie Drummond condemned shirking as vicious, criminal, and un-American, and devoted whole chapters to condemnation of the vice. Freddie Drummond did not care for dancing, but Bill Tots never missed the nights at the various dancing clubs, such as the Magnolia, the Western Star, and the Elite, while he won a massive silver cup, standing 30 inches high, for being the best sustained character at the Butchers' and Meatworkers' annual Grand Masked Ball. And Bill Tots liked the girls and the girls liked him, while Freddie Drummond enjoyed playing the aesthetic in this particular, was open in his opposition to equal suffrage, and cynically bitter in his secret condemnation of co-education. Freddie Drummond changed his manners with his dress and without effort. When he entered the obscure little room used for his transformation scenes, he carried himself just a bit too stiffly. He was too erect, his shoulders were an inch too far back, while his face was grave, almost harsh, and practically expressionless. But when he emerged in Bill Tots' clothes, he was another creature. Bill Tots did not slouch, but somehow his whole form limbered up and became graceful. The very sound of the voice was changed, and the laugh was loud and hearty, while loose speech and an occasional oath were as a matter of course on his lips. Also, Bill Tots was a trifle inclined to late hours, and at times, in saloons, to be good-naturedly bellicose with other workmen. Then, too, at Sunday picnics or when coming home from the show, either arm betrayed a practised familiarity in stealing around girls' waists, while he displayed a wit keen and delightful in the flirtatious badinage that was expected of a good fellow in his class. So thoroughly was Bill Tots himself, so thoroughly a workman, a genuine denizen of south of the slot, that he was as class-conscious as the average of his kind, and his hatred for a scab even exceeded that of the average loyal Union man. During the waterfront strike, Freddie Drummond was somehow able to stand apart from the unique combination, and, coldly critical, watched Bill Tots hilariously slug scab longshoremen. For Bill Tots was a dues-paying member of the Longshoremen Union, and had a right to be indignant with the usurpers of his job. Big Bill Tots was so very big, and so very able, that it was Big Bill to the front when trouble was brewing. From acting outraged feelings, Freddie Drummond, in the role of his other self, came to experience genuine outrage, and it was only when he returned to the classic atmosphere of the university that he was able, sanely and conservatively, to generalize upon his underworld experiences and put them down on paper as a trained sociologist should. That Bill Tots lacked the perspective to raise him above class consciousness, Freddie Drummond clearly saw. But Bill Tots could not see it. When he saw a scab taking his job away, he saw red at the same time, and little else did he see. It was Freddie Drummond, irreproachably clothed and comported, sitting at his study desk or facing his class in Sociology 17, who saw Bill Tots, and all around Bill Tots, and all around the whole scab and union labour problem and its relation to the economic welfare of the United States in the struggle for the world market. Bill Tots really wasn't able to see beyond the next meal and the prize fight the following night at the Gaiety Athletic Club. It was while gathering material for Women and Work that Freddie received his first warning of the danger he was in. He was too successful at living in both worlds. This strange dualism he had developed was after all very unstable, and as he sat in his study and meditated, he saw that it could not endure. It was really a transition stage, and if he persisted, he saw that he would inevitably have to drop one world or the other. He could not continue in both. And as he looked at the row of volumes that graced the upper shelf of his revolving bookcase, his volumes beginning with his thesis and ending with Women in Work, he decided that this was the world he would hold to and stick by. Bill Tots had served his purpose, but he had become too dangerous an accomplice. Bill Tots would have to cease. Freddie Drummond's fright was due to Mary Condon, president of the International Glove Workers Union, number 974. He had seen her first from the spectators' gallery at the annual convention of the Northwest Federation of Labour, and he had seen her through Bill Tott's eyes, and that individual had been most favourably impressed by her. She was not Freddie Drummond's sort at all. What if she were a royal-bodied woman, graceful and sinewy as a panther, with amazing black eyes that could fill with fire or laughter love, as the mood might dictate? He detested women with too exuberant vitality and a lack of inhibition. Freddie Drummond accepted the doctrine of evolution because it was quite universally accepted by college men, and he flatly believed that man had climbed up the ladder of life out of the weltering muck and mess of lower and monstrous organic things. But he was a trifle ashamed of this genealogy, and preferred not to think of it. Wherefore, probably, he practised his iron inhibition and preached it to others, and preferred women of his own type, who could shake free of this bestial and regrettable ancestral line, and by discipline and control emphasise the wideness of the gulf that separated them from what their dim forebears had been. Bill Tots had none of these considerations. He had liked Mary Condon from the moment his eyes first rested on her in the convention hall, and he had made it a point, then and there, to find out who she was. The next time he met her, and quite by accident, was when he was driving an express wagon for Pat Morrissey. It was in a lodging house in Mission Street, where he had been called to take a trunk into storage. The landlady's daughter had called him and led him to the little bedroom, the occupant of which, a glove maker, had just been removed to hospital. But Bill did not know this. He stooped, upended the trunk, which was a large one, got it on his shoulder, and struggled to his feet with his back toward the open door. At that moment he heard a woman's voice. "Belong to the union?" was the question asked. "Oh, what's it to you?" he returned. "Run along now, get out of my way. I want to turn around." The next thing he knew, big as he was whirled half around and sent reeling backward, the trunk overbalancing him, till he fetched up with a crash against the wall. He started to swear, but at the same instant found himself looking into Mary Condon's flashing, angry eyes. "Of course I belong to the union," he said. "I was only kidding you." "Where's your card?" she demanded in businesslike tones. "In my pocket, but I can't get it out now. This trunk's too damn heavy. Come on down to the wagon, and I'll show it to you." "Put the trunk down," was the command. "What for? I got a card, I'm telling you." "Put it down, that's all. No scab's gonna handle that trunk. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, you big coward, scabbing on honest men. Why don't you join the union and be a man?" Mary Condon's colour had left her face, and it was apparent that she was in a rage. "To think of a big man like you turning traitor to his class. I suppose you're aching to join the militia for a chance to shoot down union drivers the next strike. You may belong to the militia already, for that matter. You're the sort—" "Hold on now, that's too much." Bill dropped the trunk to the floor with a bang, straightened up, and thrust his hand into the inside coat pocket. "I told you I was only kidding. There, look at that." It was a union card, properly enough. "All right, take it along," Mary Condon said, "and the next time don't kid." Her face relaxed as she noticed the ease with which he'd got the big trunk to his shoulder, and her eyes glowed as they glanced over the graceful massiveness of the man. But Bill did not see that. He was too busy with the trunk. End of section 3. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Section 4 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. South of the Slot, Part 2. The next time he saw Mary Condon was during the laundry strike. The laundry workers, but recently organised, were green at the business, and had petitioned Mary Condon to engineer the strike. Freddie Drummond had an inkling of what was coming, and had sent Bill Tots to join the union and investigate. Bill's job was in the washroom, and the men had been called out first that morning in order to stiffen the courage of the girls, and Bill chanced to be near the door to the mangle room when Mary Condon started to enter. The superintendent, who was both large and stout, barred her way. He wasn't going to have his girls called out, and he'd teach her a lesson to mind her own business. And as Mary tried to squeeze past him, he thrust her back with a fat hand on her shoulder. She glanced round and saw Bill. "Here you, Mr. Tots," she called. "Lend a hand. I want to get in." Bill experienced a startle of warm surprise. She had remembered his name from his union card. The next moment, the superintendent had been plucked from the doorway, raving about rights under law, and the girls were deserting their machines. During the rest of that short and successful strike, Bill constituted himself Mary Condon's henchman and messenger, and when it was over, returned to the university to be Freddie Drummond and to wonder what Bill Tots could see in such a woman. Freddie Drummond was entirely safe, but Bill had fallen in love. There was no getting away from the fact of it, and it was this fact that had given Freddie Drummond his warning. Well, he had done his work, and his adventure could cease. There was no need for him to cross the slot again. All but the last 3 chapters of his latest, Labour Tactics and Strategy, was finished, and he had sufficient material on hand adequately to supply those chapters. Another conclusion he arrived at was that in order to sheet anchor himself as Freddie Drummond, closer ties and relations in his own social nook were necessary. It was time that he was married, anyway, and he was fully aware that if Freddie Drummond didn't get married, Bill Tots assuredly would, and the complications were too awful to contemplate. And so enters Catherine Van Forst. She was a college woman herself, and her father, the one wealthy member of the faculty, was the head of the philosophy department as well. It would be a wise marriage from every standpoint, Freddie Drummond concluded when the engagement was consummated and announced. In appearance, cold and reserved, aristocratic and wholesomely conservative, Catherine Van Forst, though warm in her way, possessed an inhibition equal to Drummond's. All seemed well with him, but Freddie Drummond could not quite shake off the call of the underworld, the lure of the free and open, of the unhampered, irresistible life south of the slot. As the time of his marriage approached, he felt that he had indeed sowed wild oats, and he felt, moreover, what a good thing it would be if he could have but one wild fling more, play the good fellow and the wastrel one last time, ere he settled down to the grey lecture rooms and sober matrimony. And further to tempt him, the very last chapter of Labour Tactics and Strategy remained unwritten for lack of a trifle more of essential data which he had neglected to gather. So Freddie Drummond went down for the last time as Bill Tots, got his data, and, unfortunately, encountered Mary Condon. Once more installed in his study, it was not a pleasant thing to look back upon. It made his warning doubly imperative. Bill Tots had behaved abominably. Not only had he met Mary Condon at the Central Labour Council, but he had stopped at a chop house with her on the way home and treated her to oysters. And before they parted at her door, his arms had been around her, and he had kissed her on the lips and kissed her repeatedly. And her last words in his ear, words uttered softly with a catchy sob in the throat that was nothing more nor less than a love cry, were, "Bill, dear, dear Bill." Freddie Drummond shuddered at the recollection. He saw the pit yawning for him. He was not, by nature, a polygamist, and was appalled at the possibilities of the situation. It would have to be put an end to, and it would end in only one of 2 ways. Either he must become wholly Bill Tots and be married to Mary Condon, or he must remain wholly Freddie Drummond and be married to Catherine Van Forst. Otherwise his conduct would be beneath contempt and horrible. In the several months that followed, San Francisco was torn with labour strife. The unions and the employers' associations had locked horns with a determination that looked as if they intended to settle the matter one way or the other for all time. But Freddie Drummond corrected proofs, lectured classes, and did not budge. He devoted himself to Catherine Van Forst, and day by day found more to respect and admire in her, nay, even to love in her. The streetcar strike tempted him, but not so severely as he would have expected, and the great meal strike came on and left him cold. The ghost of Bill Tots had been successfully laid, and Freddie Drummond, with rejuvenescent zeal, tackled a brochure, long planned, on the topic of diminishing returns. The wedding was 2 weeks off when, one afternoon, in San Francisco, Catherine Van Forst picked him up and whisked him away to see a boys' club, recently instituted by the settlement workers in whom she was interested. It was her brother's machine, but they were alone with the exception of the chauffeur. At the junction with Kearney Street, Market and Geary Streets intersect like the sides of a sharp-angled letter V. They, in the auto, were coming down Market with the intention of negotiating the sharp apex and going up Geary. But they did not know what was coming down Geary, timed by fate to meet them at the apex. While aware from the papers that the meat strike was on and that it was an exceedingly bitter one, all thought of it at that moment was farthest from Freddie Drummond's mind. Was he not seated beside Catherine? And besides, he was carefully expositing to her his views on settlement work, views that Bill Tott's adventures had played a part in formulating. Coming down from Geary Street were 6 meat wagons. Beside each scab driver sat a policeman. Front and rear, and along each side of this procession, marched a protecting escort of 100 police. Behind the police rearguard, at a respectful distance, was an orderly but vociferous mob, several blocks in length, that congested the street from sidewalk to sidewalk. The Beef Trust was making an effort to supply the hotels, and, incidentally, to begin the breaking of the strike. The St. Francis had already been supplied, at a cost of many broken windows and broken heads, and the expedition was marching to the relief of the Palace Hotel. All unwitting, Drummond sat beside Catherine, talking settlement work, as the auto, honking methodically and dodging traffic, swung in a wide curve to get around the apex. A big coal wagon, loaded with lump coal and drawn by 4 huge horses, just debouching from Kearney Street as though to turn down Market, blocked their way. The driver of the wagon seemed undecided, and the chauffeur, running slow but disregarding some shouted warning from the crossing policeman, swerved the auto to the left, violating the traffic rules, in order to pass in front of the wagon. At that moment, Freddie Drummond discontinued his conversation. Nor did he resume it again, for the situation was developing with the rapidity of a transformation scene. He heard the roar of the mob at the rear, and caught a glimpse of the helmeted police and the lurching meat wagons. At the same moment, laying on his whip and standing up to his task, the coal driver rushed horses and wagons squarely in front of the advancing procession, pulled the horses up sharply, and put on the big brake. Then he made his lines fast to the brake handle and sat down with the air of one who had stopped to stay. The auto had been brought to a stop too by his big panting leaders, which had jammed against it. Before the chauffeur could back clear, an old Irishman driving a rickety express wagon and lashing his one horse to a gallop had locked wheels with the auto. Drummond recognised both horse and wagon, for he had driven them often himself. The Irishman was Pat Morrissey. On the other side, a brewery wagon was locking with the coal wagon, and an eastbound Kearney Street car, wildly clanging its gong, the motorman shouting defiance at the crossing policeman, was dashing forward to complete the blockade. And wagon after wagon was locking and blocking and adding to the confusion. The meat wagons halted. The police were trapped. The roar at the rear increased as the mob came on to the attack, while the vanguard of the police charged the obstructing wagons. "We're in for it," Drummond remarked coolly to Catherine. "Yes," she nodded with equal coolness. "What savages they are!" His admiration for her doubled on itself. She was indeed his sort. He would have been satisfied with her even if she had screamed and clung to him, but this was magnificent. She sat in that storm centre as calmly as if it had been no more than a block of carriages at the opera. The police were struggling to clear a passage. The driver of the coal wagon, a big man in shirt-sleeves, lighted a pipe and sat smoking. He glanced down complacently at a captain of police who was raving and cursing at him, and his only acknowledgment was a shrug of the shoulders. From the rear arose the rat-tat-tat of clubs on heads and a pandemonium of cursing, yelling and shouting. A violent accession of noise proclaimed that the mob had broken through and was dragging a scab from a wagon. The police captain reinforced his vanguard, and the mob at the rear was repelled. Meanwhile, window after window in the high office building on the right had been opened, and the class-conscious clerks were raining a shower of office furniture down on the heads of police and scabs. Waste baskets, ink bottles, paperweights, typewriters, anything and everything that came to hand was filling the air. A policeman, under orders from his captain, clambered to the lofty seat of the coal wagon to arrest the driver, and the driver, rising leisurely and peacefully to meet him, suddenly crumpled him in his arms and threw him down on top of the captain. The driver was a young giant, and when he climbed on his load and poised a lump of coal in both hands, a policeman, who was just scaling the wagon from the side, let go and dropped back to earth. The captain ordered 6 of his men to take the wagon. The teamster, scrabbling over the load from side to side, beat them down with huge lumps of coal. The crowd on the sidewalks and the teamsters on the locked wagons roared encouragement and their own delight. The motorman, smashing helmets with his controller bar, was beaten into insensibility and dragged from his platform. The captain of police, beside himself at the repulse of his men, led the next assault on the coal wagon. A score of police were swarming up the tall-sided fortress. But the teamster multiplied himself. At times there were 6 or 8 policemen rolling on the pavement and under the wagon. Engaged in repulsing an attack on the rear end of his fortress, the teamster turned about to see the captain just in the act of stepping onto the seat from the front end. He was still in the air and in most unstable equilibrium when the teamster hurled a 30-pound lump of coal. It caught the captain fairly on the chest, and he went over backward, striking on a wheeler's back, tumbling onto the ground, and jamming against the rear wheel of the auto. Catherine thought he was dead, but he picked himself up and charged back. She reached out her gloved hand and patted the flank of the snorting, quivering horse. But Drummond did not notice the action. He had eyes for nothing save the battle of the coal wagon, while somewhere in his complicated psychology, one Bill Tots was heaving and straining in an effort to come to life. Drummond believed in law and order and the maintenance of the established, but this riotous savage within him would have none of it. Then, if ever, did Freddie Drummond call upon his iron inhibition to save him. But it is written that the house divided against itself must fall, and Freddie Drummond found that he had divided all the will and force of him with Bill Tots, and between them the entity that constituted the pair of them was being wrenched in twain. Freddie Drummond sat in the auto, quite composed, along Catherine von Forst, but looking out of Freddie Drummond's eyes was Bill Tots, and somewhere behind those eyes, battling for the control of their mutual body, were Freddie Drummond, the sane and conservative sociologist, and Bill Tots, the class-conscious and bellicose union working man. It was Bill Tots, looking out of those eyes, who saw the inevitable end of the battle on the coal wagon. He saw a policeman gain the top of the load, a second and a third. They lurched clumsily on the loose footing, but their long riot clubs were out and swinging. One blow caught the teamster on the head. A second he dodged, receiving it on the shoulder. For him the game was plainly up. He dashed in suddenly, clutched two policemen in his arms, and hurled himself a prisoner to the pavement, his hold never relaxing on his two captors. Catherine von Forst was sick and faint at sight of the blood and brutal fighting, but her qualms were vanquished by the sensational and most unexpected happening that followed. The man beside her emitted an unearthly and uncultured yell, and rose to his feet. She saw him spring over the front step, leap to the broad rump of the wheeler, and from there gain the wagon. His onslaught was like a whirlwind. Before the bewildered officer on the load could guess the errand of this conventionally clad but excited-seeming gentleman, he was the recipient of a punch that arched him back through the air to the pavement. A kick in the face led an ascending policeman to follow his example. A rush of three more gained the top and locked with Bill Tots in a gigantic clinch, during which his scalp was opened up by a club, and coat, vest, and half his starched shirt were torn from him. But the three policemen were flung far and wide, and Bill Tots, raining down lumps of coal, held the fort. The captain led gallantly to the attack, but was bowled over by a chunk of coal that burst on his head in black baptism. The need of the police was to break the blockade in front before the mob could break in at the rear, and Bill Tots' need was to hold the wagon till the mob did break through. So the battle of the coal went on. The crowd had recognised its champion. Big Bill, as usual, had come to the front, and Catherine von Forst was bewildered by cries of "Bill! Oh, you Bill!" that arose on every hand. Pat Morrissey, on his wagon seat, was jumping and screaming in an ecstasy. "Eat him, Bill! Eat him alive!" From the sidewalk she heard a woman's voice cry out, "Look out, Bill! Front end!" Bill took the warning, and with well-directed coal, cleared the front end of the wagon of assailants. Catherine von Forst turned her head and saw on the curb of the sidewalk a woman with vivid colouring and flashing black eyes who was staring with all her soul at the man who had been Freddie Drummond a few minutes before. The windows of the office building became vociferous with applause. A fresh shower of office chairs and filing cabinets descended. The mob had broken through on one side the line of wagons and was advancing, each segregated policeman the centre of a fighting group. The scabs were torn from their seats, the traces of the horses cut, and the frightened animals put in flight. Many policemen crawled under the coal wagon for safety, while the loose horses, with here and there a policeman on their backs or struggling at their heads to hold them, surged across the sidewalk opposite the jam and broke into Market Street. Catherine von Forst heard the woman's voice calling in warning. She was back at the curb again and crying out, "Beat it, Bill! Now's your time! Beat it!" The police for the moment had been swept away. Bill Tots leaped to the pavement and made his way to the woman on the sidewalk. Catherine von Forst saw her throw her arms around him and kiss him on the lips. And Catherine von Forst watched him curiously as he went on down the sidewalk, one arm around the woman, both talking and laughing, and he with a volubility and abandon she could never have dreamed possible. The police were back again and clearing the jam while waiting for reinforcements and new drivers and horses. The mob had done its work and was scattering, and Catherine von Forst, still watching, could see the man she had known as Freddie Drummond. He towered a head above the crowd. His arm was still about the woman, and she in the motor car, watching, saw the pair cross Market Street, across the slot, and disappear down Third Street into the Labour Ghetto. In the years that followed, no more lectures were given in the University of California by one Freddie Drummond, and no more books on economics and the labour question appeared under the name of Frederick A. Drummond. On the other hand, there arose a new Labour leader, William Tots by name. He it was who married Mary Condon, president of the International Glove Workers Union, number 974, and he it was who called the notorious cooks and waiters strike, which, before its successful termination, brought out with it scores of other unions, among which, of the more remotely allied, were the chicken pickers and the undertakers. End of Section 4. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth.
Section 5 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. The Unparalleled Invasion, Part 1. It was in the year 1976 that the trouble between the world and China reached its culmination. It was because of this that the celebration of the second centennial of American liberty was deferred. Many other plans of the nations of the earth were twisted and tangled and postponed for the same reason. The world awoke rather abruptly to its danger, but for over 70 years, unperceived, affairs had been shaping toward this very end. The year 1904 logically marks the beginning of the development that, 70 years later, was to bring consternation to the whole world. The Japanese-Russian War took place in 1904, and the historians of the time gravely noted it down that event marked the entrance of Japan into the comedy of nations. What it really did mark was the awakening of China. This awakening, long expected, had finally been given up. The Western nations had tried to arouse China, and they had failed. Out of their native optimism and race egotism, they had therefore concluded that the task was impossible, that China would never awaken. What they had failed to take into account was this, that between them and China was no common psychological speech. Their thought processes were radically dissimilar. There was no intimate vocabulary. The Western mind penetrated the Chinese mind but a short distance when it found itself in a fathomless maze. The Chinese mind penetrated the Western mind in equally short distance when it fetched up against a blank, incomprehensible wall. It was all a matter of language. There was no way to communicate Western ideas to the Chinese mind. China remained asleep. The material achievement and progress of the West was a closed book to her, nor could the West open the book. Back and deep down on the tie ribs of consciousness, in the mind, say, of the English-speaking race, was a capacity to thrill to short Saxon words. Back and deep down on the tie ribs of consciousness of the Chinese mind was a capacity to thrill to its own hieroglyphics. But the Chinese mind could not thrill to short Saxon words, nor could the English-speaking mind thrill to hieroglyphics. The fabrics of their minds were woven from totally different stuffs. They were mental aliens, and so it was that Western material achievement and progress made no dent on the rounded sleep of China. Came Japan and her victory over Russia in 1904. Now the Japanese race was the freak and paradox among Eastern peoples. In some strange way, Japan was receptive to all the West had to offer. Japan swiftly assimilated the Western ideas and digested them, and so capably applied them that she suddenly burst forth, full panoplied, a world power. There is no explaining this peculiar openness of Japan to the alien culture of the West. As well might be explained any biological sport in the animal kingdom. Having decisively thrashed the great Russian Empire, Japan promptly set about dreaming a colossal dream of empire for herself. Korea she had made into a granary and a colony. Treaty privileges and vulpine diplomacy gave her the monopoly of Manchuria. But Japan was not satisfied. She turned her eyes upon China. There lay a vast territory, and in that territory were the hugest deposits in the world of iron and coal, the backbone of industrial civilization. Given natural resources, the other great factor in industry is labor. In that territory was a population of 400 million souls, 1/4 of the then total population of the earth. Furthermore, the Chinese were excellent workers, while their fatalistic philosophy, or religion, and their stolid, nervous organization constituted them splendid soldiers, if they were properly managed. Needless to say, Japan was prepared to furnish that management. But best of all, from the standpoint of Japan, the Chinese was a kindred race. The baffling enigma of the Chinese character to the West was no baffling enigma to the Japanese. The Japanese understood as we could never school ourselves or hope to understand. Their mental processes were the same. The Japanese thought with the same thought symbols as did the Chinese, and they thought in the same peculiar grooves. Into the Chinese mind the Japanese went on where we were balked by the obstacle of incomprehension. They took the turning which we could not perceive, twisted around the obstacle, and were out of sight in the ramifications of the Chinese mind where we could not follow. They were brothers. Long ago one had borrowed the other's written language, and, untold generations before that, they had diverged from the common Mongol stock. There had been changes, differentiations brought about by diverse conditions and infusions of other blood, but down at the bottom of their beings, twisted into the fibres of them, was a heritage in common, a sameness in kind that time had not obliterated. And so Japan took upon herself the management of China. In the years immediately following the war with Russia, her agents swarmed over the Chinese Empire. 1,000 miles beyond the last mission station toiled her engineers and spies, clad as coolies, under the guise of itinerant merchants or proselytizing Buddhist priests, noting down the horsepower of every waterfall, the likely sites for factories, the heights of mountains and passes, the strategic advantages and weaknesses, the wealth of the farming valleys, the number of bullocks in a district, or the number of labourers that could be collected by forced levies. Never was there such a census, and it could have been taken by no other people than the dogged, patient, patriotic Japanese. But in a short time secrecy was thrown to the winds. Japan's officers reorganized the Chinese army. Her drill sergeants made the medieval warriors over into 20th century soldiers, accustomed to all the modern machinery of war and with a higher average of marksmanship than the soldiers of any Western nation. The engineers of Japan deepened and widened the intricate system of canals, built factories and foundries, netted the empire with telegraphs and telephones, and inaugurated the era of railroad building. It was these same protagonists of machine civilization that discovered the great oil deposits of Chunsan, the iron mountains of Wangsing, the copper ranges of Chinchi, and they sank the gas wells of Huawei, that most marvelous reservoir of natural gas in all the world. In China's councils of empire were the Japanese emissaries. In the ears of the statesmen whispered the Japanese statesmen. The political reconstruction of the empire was due to them. They evicted the scholar class, which was violently reactionary, and put into office progressive officials. And in every town and city of the empire newspapers were started. Of course, Japanese editors ran the policy of these papers, which policy they got direct from Tokyo. It was these papers that educated and made progressive the great mass of the population. China was at last awake. Where the West had failed, Japan succeeded. She had transmuted Western culture and achievement into terms that were intelligible to the Chinese understanding. Japan herself, when she so suddenly awakened, had astounded the world. But at the time she was only 40 millions strong. China's awakening, with her 400 millions and the scientific advance of the world, was frightfully astounding. She was the colossus of the nations, and swiftly her voice was heard in no uncertain tones in the affairs and councils of the nations. Japan egged her on, and the proud Western peoples listened with respectful ears. China's swift and remarkable rise was due, perhaps more than to anything else, to the superlative quality of her labour. The Chinese was the perfect type of industry. He had always been that. For sheer ability to work, no worker in the world could compare with him. Work was the breath of his nostrils. It was to him what wandering and fighting in far lands and spiritual adventure had been to other peoples. Liberty to him epitomized itself in access to the means of toil. To till the soil and labour interminably was all he asked of life and the powers that be. and the awakening of China had given its vast population not merely free and unlimited access to the means of toil, but access to the highest and most scientific machine means of toil. China rejuvenescent. It was but a step to China rampant. She discovered a new pride in herself and a will of her own. She began to chafe under the guidance of Japan, but she did not chafe long. On Japan's advice, in the beginning, she had expelled from the empire all Western missionaries, engineers, drill sergeants, merchants, and teachers. She now began to expel the similar representatives of Japan. The latter's advisory statesmen were showered with honors and decorations, and sent home. The West had awakened Japan, and, as Japan had then requited the West, Japan was not requited by China. Japan was thanked for her kindly aid and flung out bag and baggage by her gigantic protege. The Western nations chuckled. Japan's rainbow dream had gone glimmering. She grew angry. China laughed at her. The blood and the swords of the samurai would out, and Japan rashly went to war. This occurred in 1922, and in 7 bloody months Manchuria, Korea, and Formosa were taken away from her, and she was hurled back, bankrupt, to stifle in her tiny, crowded islands. Exit Japan from the world drama. Thereafter she devoted herself to art, and her task became to please the world greatly with her creations of wonder and beauty. Contrary to expectation, China did not prove warlike. She had no Napoleonic dream, and was content to devote herself to the arts of peace. After a time of disquiet, the idea was accepted that China was to be feared, not in war, but in commerce. It will be seen that the real danger was not apprehended. China went on consummating her machine civilization. Instead of a large standing army, she developed an immensely larger and splendidly efficient militia. Her navy was so small that it was the laughingstock of the world, nor did she attempt to strengthen her navy. The treaty ports of the world were never entered by her visiting battleships. The real danger lay in the fecundity of her loins, and it was in 1970 that the first cry of alarm was raised. For some time, all territories adjacent to China had been grumbling at Chinese immigration. But now it suddenly came home to the world that China's population was 500 million. She had increased by 100 millions since her awakening. Burkhalter called attention to the fact that there were more Chinese in existence than white-skinned people. He performed a simple sum in arithmetic. He added together the populations of the United States, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, South Africa, England, France, Germany, Italy, Austria, European Russia, and all Scandinavia. The result was 495 million, and the population of China overtopped this tremendous total by 5 million. Burkhalter's figures went round the world, and the world shivered. For many centuries, China's population had been constant. Her territory had been saturated with population. That is to say, her territory, with the primitive method of production, had supported the maximum limit of population. But when she awoke and inaugurated the machine civilization, her productive power had been enormously increased. Thus, on the same territory, she was able to support a far larger population. At once, the birth rate began to rise and the death rate to fall. Before, when population pressed against the means of subsistence, the excess population had been swept away by famine. But now, thanks to the machine civilization, China's means of subsistence had been enormously extended, and there were no famines. Her population followed on the heels of the increase in the means of subsistence. During this time of transition and development of power, China had entertained no dreams of conquest. The Chinese was not an imperial race. It was industrious, thrifty, and peace-loving. War was looked upon as an unpleasant but necessary task that at times must be performed. And so, while the Western races had squabbled and fought, the world adventured against one another, China had calmly gone on working at her machines and growing. Now she was spilling over the boundaries of her empire. That was all, just spilling over into the adjacent territories with all the certainty and terrifying slow momentum of a glacier. Following upon the alarm raised by Burkhalter's figures, in 1970 France made a long-threatened stand. French Indochina had been overrun, filled up by Chinese immigrants. France called a halt. The Chinese wave flowed on. France assembled a force of 100,000 on the boundary between her unfortunate colony and China, and China sent down an army of malicious soldiers 1,000,000 strong. Behind came the wives and sons and daughters and relatives with their personal household luggage in a second army. The French force was brushed aside like a fly. The Chinese malicious soldiers, along with their families, over 5 millions all told, coolly took possession of French Indochina and settled down to stay for a few thousand years. Outraged France was in arms. She hurled fleet after fleet against the coast of China and nearly bankrupted herself by the effort. China had no navy. She withdrew like a turtle into her shell. For a year the French fleets blockaded the coast and bombarded exposed towns and villages. China did not mind. She did not depend upon the rest of the world for anything. She calmly kept out of range of the French guns and went on working. France wept and wailed, wrung her impotent hands, and appealed to the dumbfounded nations. Then she landed a punitive expedition to march to Peking. It was 250,000 strong, and it was the flower of France. It landed without opposition and marched into the interior. And that was the last ever seen of it. The line of communication was snapped on the second day. Not a survivor came back to tell what had happened. It had been swallowed up in China's cavernous maw. That was all. In the 5 years that followed, China's expansion, in all land directions, went on apace. Siam was made part of the empire, and, in spite of all that England could do, Burma and the Malay Peninsula were overrun, while all along the long south boundary of Siberia, Russia was pressed severely by China's advancing hordes. The process was simple. First came the Chinese immigration, or rather it was already there, having come there slowly and insidiously during the previous years. Next came the clash of arms, with the brushing away of all opposition by a monster army of malicious soldiers, followed by their families and household baggage, and finally came their settling down as colonists in the conquered territory. Never was there so strange and effective a method of world conquest. Nepal and Bhutan were overrun, and the whole northern boundary of India pressed against by this fearful tide of life. To the west, Bokhara, and even to the south and west, Afghanistan, were swallowed up. Persia, Turkestan, and all Central Asia felt the pressure of the flood. It was at this time that Burkhalter revised his figures. He had been mistaken. China's population must be 700 millions, 800 millions. Nobody knew how many millions. But at any rate, it would soon be 1 billion. There were 2 Chinese for every white-skinned human in the world, Burkhalter announced, and the world trembled. China's increase must have begun immediately in 1904. It was remembered that since that date there had not been a single famine. At 5 million a year increase, her total increase in the intervening 70 years must be 350 million. But who was to know? It might be more. Who was to know anything of this strange new menace of the 20th century? China, old China, rejuvenescent, fruitful, and militant. End of part 1. Section 6 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. The Unparalleled Invasion, Part 2. The Convention of 1975 was called at Philadelphia. All the Western nations, and some few of the Eastern, were represented. Nothing was accomplished. There was talk of all countries putting bounties on children to increase the birth rate, but it was laughed to scorn by the arithmeticians, who pointed out that China was too far in the lead in that direction. No feasible way of coping with China was suggested. China was appealed to and threatened by the United Powers, and that was all the Convention of Philadelphia came to. And the Convention and the Powers were laughed at by China. Li Tangfung, the the power behind the dragon throne, deigned to reply. "What does China care for the comity of nations?" said Li Tangfung. "We are the most ancient, honourable, and royal of races. We have our own destiny to accomplish. It is unpleasant that our destiny does not tally with the destiny of the rest of the world. But what would you? You have talked windily about the royal races and the heritage of the earth, and we can only reply that that remains to be seen. You cannot invade us. Never mind about your navies. Don't shout. We know our navy is small. You see, we use it for police purposes. We do not care for the sea. Our strength is in our population, which will soon be 1 billion. Thanks to you, we are equipped with all modern war machinery. Send your navies. We will not notice them. Send your punitive expeditions, but first remember France. To land 500,000 soldiers on our shores would strain the resources of any of you, and our 1,000 millions would swallow them down in a mouthful. Send 1 million, send 5 millions, and we will swallow them down just as readily. Poof! A mere nothing, a meagre morsel. Destroy, as you have threatened, you United States, the 10 million coolies we have forced upon your shores. Why, the amount scarcely equals half of our excess birth rate for a year." So spoke Li Tangfung. The world was nonplussed, helpless, terrified. Truly had he spoken. There was no combating China's amazing birth rate. If her population was 1 billion and was increasing 20 millions a year, in 25 years it would be 1.5 billion, equal to the total population of the world in 1904. And nothing could be done. There was no way to dam up the overspilling monstrous flood of life. War was futile. China laughed at a blockade of her coasts. She welcomed invasion. In her capacious maw was room for all the hosts of earth that could be hurled at her. And in the meantime her flood of yellow life poured out and on over Asia. China laughed and read in their magazines the learned lucubrations of the distracted Western scholars. But there was one scholar China failed to reckon on, Jacobus Lansdale. Not that he was a scholar, except in the widest sense. Primarily, Jacobus Lansdale was a scientist, and, up to that time, a very obscure scientist, a professor employed in the laboratories of the Health Office of New York City. Jacobus Lansdale's head was very like any other head, but in that head was evolved an idea. Also in that head was the wisdom to keep that idea secret. He did not write an article for the magazines. Instead, he asked for a vacation. On September 19th, 1975, he arrived in Washington. It was evening, but he proceeded straight to the White House, for he had already arranged an audience with the president. He was closeted with President Moyer for 3 hours. What passed between them was not learned by the rest of the world until long after. In fact, at that time the world was not interested in Jacobus Lansdale. Next day the president called in his cabinet. Jacobus Lansdale was present. The proceedings were kept secret, but that very afternoon Rufus Cowdery, Secretary of State, left Washington, and early the following morning sailed for England. The secret that he carried began to spread, but it spread only among the heads of governments. Possibly 6 men in a nation were entrusted with the idea that had formed in Jacobus Lansdale's head. Following the spread of the secret, sprang up great activity in all the dockyards, arsenals, and navy yards. The people of France and Austria became suspicious, but so sincere were their government's calls for confidence that they acquiesced in the unknown project that was afoot. This was the time of the great truce. All countries pledged themselves solemnly not to go to war with any other country. The first definite action was the gradual mobilization of the armies of Russia, Germany, Austria, Italy, Greece, and Turkey. Then began the eastward movement. All railroads into Asia were glutted with troop trains. China was the objective. That was all that was known. A little later began the great sea movement. Expeditions of warships were launched from all countries. Fleet followed fleet, and all proceeded to the coast of China. The nations cleaned out their navy yards. They sent their revenue cutters, and dispatch boats, and lighthouse tenders, and they sent their last antiquated cruisers and battleships. Not content with this, They impressed the merchant marine. The statistics show that 58,640 merchant steamers, equipped with searchlights and rapid-fire guns, were dispatched by the various nations to China. And China smiled and waited. On her land side, along her boundaries, were millions of the warriors of Europe. She mobilized 5 times as many millions of her militia and awaited the invasion. On her sea coasts she did the same, but China was puzzled. After all this enormous preparation, there was no invasion. She could not understand. Along the great Siberian frontier all was quiet. Along her coasts the towns and villages were not even shelled. Never in the history of the world had there been so mighty a gathering of war fleets. The fleets of all the world were there, and day and night millions of tons of battleships plowed the brine of her coasts, and nothing happened. Nothing was attempted. Did they think to make her emerge from her shell? China smiled. Did they think to tire her out or starve her out? China smiled again. But on May 1st, 1976, had the reader been in the imperial city of Peking, with its then population of 11 millions, he would have witnessed a curious sight. He would have seen the streets filled with the chattering yellow populace, every queued head tilted back, every slant eye turned skyward, and high up in the blue he would have beheld a tiny dot of black, which, because of its orderly evolutions, he would have identified as an airship. From this airship, as it curved its flight back and forth over the city, fell missiles, strange, harmless missiles, tubes of fragile glass that shattered into thousands of fragments on the streets and housetops. But there was nothing deadly about these tubes of glass. Nothing happened. There were no explosions. It is true, 3 Chinese were killed by the tubes dropping on their heads from so enormous a height. But what were 3 Chinese against an excess birth rate of 20 millions? One tube struck perpendicularly in a fish pond in a garden and was not broken. It was dragged ashore by the master of the house. He did not dare to open it, but, accompanied by his friends, and surrounded by an ever-increasing crowd, he carried the mysterious tube to the magistrate of the district. The latter was a brave man. With all eyes upon him, he shattered the tube with a blow from his brass-bowled pipe. Nothing happened. Of those who were very near, 1 or 2 thought they saw some mosquitoes fly out. That was all. The crowd set up a great laugh and dispersed. As Peking was bombarded by glass tubes, so was all China. The tiny airships, dispatched from the warships, contained but 2 men each, and over all cities, towns, and villages they wheeled and curved, one man directing the ship, the other man throwing over the glass tubes. Had the reader again been in Peking 6 weeks later, he would have looked in vain for the 11 million inhabitants. Some few of them he would have found, a few 100,000 perhaps, their carcasses festering in the houses and in the deserted streets, and piled high on the abandoned death wagons. But for the rest, he would have to seek along the highways and byways of the empire. And not all would he have found fleeing from plague-stricken Peking. For behind them, by hundreds of thousands of unburied corpses by the wayside, he could have marked their flight. And as it was with Peking, so it was with all the cities, towns, and villages of the empire. The plague smote them all. Nor was it 1 plague, nor 2 plagues. It was a score of plagues. Every virulent form of infectious death stalked through the land. Too late the Chinese government apprehended the meaning of the colossal preparations, the marshalling of the world hosts, the flights of the tin airships, and the rain of the tubes of glass. The proclamations of the government were vain. They could not stop the 11 million plague-stricken wretches, fleeing from the one city of Peking to spread disease through all the land. The physicians and health officers died at their posts, and death, the all-conqueror, rode over the decrees of the emperor and Li Tangfung. It rode over them as well, for Li Tangfung died in the 2nd week, and the emperor, hidden away in the summer palace, died in the 4th week. Had there been 1 plague, China might have coped with it, but from a score of plagues no creature was immune. The man who escaped smallpox went down before scarlet fever. The man who was immune to yellow fever was carried away by cholera. And if he were immune to that too, the Black Death, which was the bubonic plague, swept him away. For it was these bacteria, and germs, and microbes, and bacilli, cultured in the laboratories of the West, that had come down upon China in the reign of glass. All organization vanished. The government crumbled away. Decrees and proclamations were useless when the men who made them and signed them one moment were dead the next. Nor could the maddened millions, spurred on to flight by death, pause to heed anything. They fled from the cities to infect the country, and wherever they fled they carried the plagues with them. The hot summer was on. Jacobus Landingdale had selected the time shrewdly, and the plague festered everywhere. Much is conjectured of what occurred, and much has been learned from the stories of the few survivors. The wretched creatures stormed across the empire in many-millioned flight. The vast armies China had collected on her frontiers melted away. The farms were ravaged for food, and no more crops were planted, while the crops already in were left unattended and never came to harvest. The most remarkable thing, perhaps, was the flights. Many millions engaged in them, charging to the bounds of the empire to be met and turned back by the gigantic armies of the West. The slaughter of the mad hosts on the boundaries was stupendous. Time and again the guarding line was drawn back 20 or 30 miles to escape the contagion of the multitudinous dead. Once the plague broke through and seized upon the German and Austrian soldiers who were guarding the borders of Turkestan. Preparations had been made for such a happening, and though 60,000 soldiers of Europe were carried off, the International Corps of Physicians isolated the contagion and dammed it back. It was during this struggle that it was suggested that a new plague germ had originated, that in some way or other a sort of hybridization between plague germs had taken place, producing a new and frightfully virulent germ. First suspected by Vomberg, who became infected with it and died, it was later isolated and studied by Stevens, Hasenfeld, Norman, and Landers. Such was the unparalleled invasion of China. For that billion of people there was no hope. Pent in their vast and festering charnel house, all organization and cohesion lost, they could do naught but die. They could not escape. As they were flung back from their land frontiers, so were they flung back from the sea. 75,000 vessels patrolled the coasts. By day their smoking funnels dimmed the sea rim, and by night their flashing searchlights ploughed the dark and harrowed it for the tiniest escaping junk. The attempts of the immense fleets of junks were pitiful. Not one ever got by the guarding sea hounds. Modern war machinery held back the disorganized mass of China, while the plagues did the work. But old war was made a thing of laughter. Naught remained to him but patrol duty. China had laughed at war, and war she was getting. But it was ultra-modern war, 20th century war, the war of the scientist in the laboratory, the war of Jacobus Landingdale. 100-ton guns were toys compared with the micro-organic projectiles hurled from the laboratories, the messengers of death, the destroying angels that stalked through the empire of a billion souls. During all the summer and fall of 1976, China was an inferno. There was no eluding the microscopic projectiles that sought out the remotest hiding places. The hundreds of millions of dead remained unburied, and the germs multiplied themselves, and, toward the last, millions died daily of starvation. Besides, starvation weakened the victims and destroyed their natural defences against the plagues. Cannibalism, murder, and madness reigned, and so perished China. Not until the following February, in the coldest weather, were the first expeditions made. These expeditions were small, composed of scientists and bodies of troops, but they entered China from every side. In spite of the most elaborate precautions against infection, numbers of soldiers and a few of the physicians were stricken. But the exploration went bravely on. They found China devastated, a howling wilderness through which wandered bands of wild dogs and desperate bandits who had survived. All survivors were put to death wherever found. And then began the great task, the sanitation of China. 5 years and hundreds of millions of treasure were consumed. And then the world moved in, not in zones, as was the idea of Baron Albrecht, but heterogeneously, according to the democratic American program. It was a vast and happy intermingling of nationalities that settled down in China in 1982, and the years that followed a tremendous and successful experiment in cross-fertilization. We know today the splendid mechanical, intellectual, and art output that followed. It was in 1987, the great truce having been dissolved, that the ancient quarrel between France and Germany over Alsace-Lorraine recrudesced. The war cloud grew dark and threatening in April, and on April 17, the Convention of Copenhagen was called. The representatives of the nations of the world being present, all nations solemnly pledged themselves never to use against one another the laboratory methods of warfare they had employed in the invasion of China. Excerpt from Walt Mervin's Certain Essays in History. End of Part 2 of The Unparalleled Invasion.
Section 7 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. Section 7. The Enemy of All the World. Part 1. The Enemy of All the World. It was Silas Bannerman who finally ran down that scientific wizard and arch-enemy of mankind, Emil Gluck. Gluck's confession before he went to the electric chair threw much light upon the series of mysterious events, many apparently unrelated, that so perturbed the world between the years 1933 and 1941. It was not until that remarkable document was made public that the world dreamed of there being any connection between the assassination of the King and Queen of Portugal and the murders of the New York City police officers. While the deeds of Emil Gluck were all that was abominable, we cannot but feel to a certain extent pity for the unfortunate, malformed, and maltreated genius. This side of his story has never been told before, and from his confession and from the great mass of evidence and the documents and records of the time, we are able to construct a fairly accurate portrait of him, and to discern the factors and pressures that molded him into the human monster he became, and that drove him onward and downward along the fearful path he trod. Emil Gluck was born in Syracuse, New York, in 1895. His father, Josephus Gluck, was a special policeman and night watchman, who, in the year 1900, died suddenly of pneumonia. The mother, a pretty, fragile creature who, before her marriage, had been a milliner, grieved herself to death over the loss of her husband. This sensitiveness of the mother was the heritage that in the boy became morbid and horrible. In 1901, the boy, Emil, then 6 years of age, went to live with his aunt, Mrs. Anne Bartell. She was his mother's sister, but in her breast was no kindly feeling for the sensitive, shrinking boy. Anne Bartell was a vain, shallow, and heartless woman. Also, she was cursed with poverty and burdened with a husband who was a lazy, erratic ne'er-do-well. Young Emil Gluck was not wanted, and Anne Bartell could be trusted to impress this fact sufficiently upon him. As an illustration of the treatment he received in that early formative period, the following instance is given. When he had been living in the Bartell home a little more than a year, he broke his leg. He sustained the injury through playing on the forbidden roof, as all boys have done and will continue to do until the end of time. The leg was broken in 2 places between the knee and thigh. Emil, helped by his frightened playmates, managed to drag himself to the front sidewalk, where he fainted. The children of the neighborhood were afraid of the hard-featured shrew who presided over the Bartell house, but, summoning their resolution, they rang the bell and told Anne Bartell of the accident. She did not even look at the little lad who lay stricken on the sidewalk, but slammed the door and went back to her washtub. The time passed. A drizzle came on, and Emil Gluck, out of his faint, lay sobbing in the rain. The leg should have been set immediately. As it was, inflammation rose rapidly and made a nasty case of it. At the end of 2 hours, the indignant women of the neighborhood protested to Anne Bartel. This time she came out and looked at the lad. Also, she kicked him in the side as he lay helpless at her feet, and she hysterically disowned him. He was not her child, she said, and recommended that the ambulance be called to take him to the city receiving hospital. Then she went back into the house. It was a woman, Elizabeth Shepstone, who came along, learned the situation, and had the boy placed on a shutter. It was she who called the doctor and who, brushing aside Anne Bartel, had the boy carried into the house. When the doctor arrived, Anne Bartel promptly warned him that she would not pay him for his services. For 2 months the little Emile lay in bed, the first month on his back without once being turned over, and he lay neglected and alone, save for the occasional visits of the unremunerated and overworked physician. He had no toys, nothing with which to beguile the long and tedious hours. No kind word was spoken to him, no soothing hand laid upon his brow, no single touch or act of loving tenderness. Not but the reproaches and harshness of Anne Bartel, and the continually reiterated information that he was not wanted. And it can be well understood in such an environment how there was generated in the lonely, neglected boy much of the bitterness and hostility for his kind that later was to express itself in deeds so frightful as to terrify the world. It would seem strange that, from the hands of Anne Bartel, Emile Gluck should have received a college education, but the explanation is simple. Her ne'er-do-well husband, deserting her, made a strike in the Nevada goldfields, and returned to her a many times millionaire. Anne Bartel hated the boy, and immediately she sent him to the Ferristown Academy 100 miles away. Shy and sensitive, a lonely and misunderstood little soul, he was more lonely than ever at Ferristown. He never came home, at vacation and holidays as the other boys did. Instead, he wandered about the deserted buildings and grounds, befriended and misunderstood by the servants and gardeners, reading much, it is remembered, spending his days in the fields or before the fireplace, with his nose poked always in the pages of some book. It was at this time that he overused his eyes, and was compelled to take up the wearing of glasses, which same were so prominent in the photographs of him published in the newspapers in 1941. He was a remarkable student. Application such as his would have taken him far, but he did not need application. A glance at a text meant mastery for him. The result was that he did an immense amount of collateral reading, and acquired more in half a year than did the average student in half a dozen years. In 1909, barely 14 years of age, he was ready, more than ready, the headmaster of the academy said, to enter Yale or Harvard. His juvenility prevented him from entering those universities, and so in 1909 we find him a freshman at historic Bowdoin College. In 1913 he graduated with highest honors, and immediately afterwards followed Professor Bradlow to Berkeley, California. The one friend that Emile Gluck discovered in all his life was Professor Bradlow. The latter's weak lungs had led him to exchange Maine for California, the removal being facilitated by the offer of a professorship in the State University. Throughout the year 1914, Emile Gluck resided in Berkeley and took special scientific courses. Toward the end of that year, 2 deaths changed his prospects and his relations with life. The death of Professor Bradlow took from him the one friend he was ever to know, and the death of Anne Bartel left him penniless. Hating the unfortunate lad to the last, she cut him off with $100. The following year, at 20 years of age, Emile Gluck was enrolled as an instructor of chemistry in the University of California. Here the years passed quietly. He faithfully performed the drudgery that brought him his salary, and, a student always, he took 6 degrees. He was, among other things, a doctor of sociology, of philosophy, and of science, though he was known to the world in later days only as Professor Gluck. He was 27 years old when he first sprang into prominence in the newspapers through the publication of his book, Sex and Progress. The book remains today a milestone in the history and philosophy of marriage. It is a heavy tome of over 700 pages, painfully careful and accurate, and startlingly original. It was a book for scientists, and not one calculated to make a stir. But Gluck, in the last chapter, using barely 3 lines for it, mentioned the hypothetical desirability of trial marriages. At once the newspapers seized these 3 lines, played them up yellow, as the slang was in those days, and set the whole world laughing at Emil Gluck, the bespectacled young professor of 27. Photographers snapped him. He was besieged by reporters. Women's clubs throughout the land passed resolutions condemning him and his immoral theories. And on the floor of the California Assembly, while discussing the state appropriation to the university, a motion demanding the expulsion of Gluck was made under threat of withholding the appropriation. Of course, none of his persecutors had read the book. The twisted newspaper version of only 3 lines of it was enough for them. Here began Emil Gluck's hatred for newspaper men. By them, his serious and intrinsically valuable work of 6 years had been made a laughingstock and a notoriety. To his dying day, and to their everlasting regret, he never forgave them. It was the newspapers that were responsible for the next disaster that befell him. For the 5 years following the publication of his book, he had remained silent, and silence for a lonely man is not good. One can conjecture sympathetically the awful solitude of Emil Gluck in that populous university, for he was without friends and without sympathy. His only recourse was books, and he went on reading and studying enormously. But in 1927 he accepted an invitation to appear before the Human Interest Society of Emeryville. He did not trust himself to speak, and as we write we have before us a copy of his learned paper. It is sober, scholarly, and scientific, and, it must also be added, conservative. But in one place he dealt with, and I quote his words, "the industrial and social revolution that is taking place in society." A reporter present seized upon the word revolution, divorced it from the text, and wrote a garbled account that made Emil Gluck appear an anarchist. At once, Professor Gluck, anarchist, flamed over the wires and was appropriately featured in all the newspapers in the land. He had attempted to reply to the previous newspaper attack, but now he remained silent. Bitterness had already corroded his soul. The university faculty appealed to him to defend himself, but he sullenly declined, even refusing to enter in defense a copy of his paper to save himself from expulsion. He refused to resign, and was discharged from the university faculty. It must be added that political pressure had been put upon the university regents and the president. Persecuted, maligned, and misunderstood, the forlorn and lonely man made no attempt at retaliation. All his life he had been sinned against, and all his life he had sinned against no one. But his cup of bitterness was not yet full to overflowing. Having lost his position and being without any income, he had to find work. His first place was at the Union Iron Works in San Francisco, where he proved a most able draftsman. It was here that he obtained his first-hand knowledge of battleships and their construction. But the reporters discovered him and featured him in his new vocation. He immediately resigned and found another place. But after the reporters had driven him away from 6 positions, he steeled himself to brazen out the newspaper persecution. This occurred when he started his electroplating establishment in Oakland on Telegraph Avenue. It was a small shop employing 3 men and 2 boys. Gluck himself worked long hours. Night after night, as policeman Carew testified on the stand, he did not leave the shop till 1 and 2 in the morning. It was during this period that he perfected the improved ignition device for gas engines. the royalties from which ultimately made him wealthy. He started his electroplating establishment early in the spring of 1928, and it was in the same year that he formed the disastrous attachment for Irene Tackley. Now, it is not to be imagined that an extraordinary creature such as Emil Gluck could be any other than an extraordinary lover. In addition to his genius, his loneliness, and his morbidness, it must be taken into consideration that he knew nothing about women. Whatever tides of desire flooded his being, he was unschooled in the conventional expression of them, while his excessive timidity was bound to make his love-making unusual. Irene Tackley was a rather pretty young woman, but shallow and light-headed. At the time, she worked in a small candy store across the street from Gluck's shop. He used to come in and drink ice cream sodas and lemon squashes and stare at her. It seems the girl did not care for him, and merely played with him. He was queer, she said, and at another time she called him a crank when describing how he sat at the counter and peered at her through his spectacles, blushing and stammering when she took notice of him, and often leaving the shop in precipitate confusion. Gluck made her the most amazing presents. A silver tea service, a diamond ring, a set of furs opera glasses, a ponderous history of the world in many volumes, and a motorcycle, all silver-plated, in his own shop. Enters now the girl's lover, putting his foot down, showing great anger, compelling her to return Gluck's strange assortment of presents. This man, William Sherburne, was a gross and stolid creature, a heavy-jawed man of the working class who had become a successful building contractor in a small way. Gluck did not understand. He tried to get an explanation, attempting to speak with the girl when she went home from work in the evening. She complained to Sherburne, and one night he gave Gluck a beating. It was a very severe beating, for it is on the records of the Red Cross Emergency Hospital that Gluck was treated there that night and was unable to leave the hospital for a week. Still, Gluck did not understand. He continued to seek an explanation from the girl. In fear of Sherburne, he applied to the chief of police for permission to carry a revolver, which permission was refused, the newspapers as usual playing it up sensationally. Then came the murder of Irene Tackley, 6 days before her contemplated marriage with Sherburne. It was on a Saturday night. She had worked late in the candy store, departing after 11 o'clock with her week's wages in her purse. She rode on a San Pablo Avenue surface car to 34th Street, where she alighted and started to walk the 3 blocks to her home. That was the last seen of her alive. Next morning she was found, strangled, in a vacant lot. Emil Gluck was immediately arrested. Nothing that he could do could save him. He was convicted, not merely on circumstantial evidence, but on evidence cooked up by the Oakland police. There is no discussion but that a large portion of the evidence was manufactured. The testimony of Captain Sheehan was the sheerest perjury, it being proved long afterward that on that night in question he had not only not been in the vicinity of the murder, but that he had been out of the city in a resort on the San Leandro Road. The unfortunate Gluck received life imprisonment in San Quentin, while the newspapers and the public held that it was a miscarriage of justice, that the death penalty should have been visited upon him. Gluck entered San Quentin prison on April 17th, 1929. He was then 34 years of age, and for 3 years and a half, much of the time in solitary confinement, he was left to meditate upon the injustice of man. It was during that period that his bitterness corroded home, and he became a hater of all his kind. 3 other things he did during the same period. He wrote his famous treatise, Human Morals, his remarkable brochure, The Criminal Sane, and he worked out his awful and monstrous scheme of revenge. It was an episode that had occurred in his electroplating establishment that suggested to him his unique weapon of revenge. As stated in his confession, he worked every detail out theoretically during his imprisonment, and was able, on his release, immediately to embark on his career of vengeance. His release was sensational. It was also miserably and criminally delayed by the soulless legal red tape then in vogue. On the night of February 1st, 1932, Tim Haswell, a hold-up man, was shot during an attempted robbery by a citizen of Piedmont Heights. Tim Haswell lingered 3 days, during which time he not only confessed to the murder of Irene Tackley, but furnished conclusive proofs of the same. Bert Daniker, a convict dying of consumption in Folsom Prison, was implicated as accessory, and his confession followed. It is inconceivable to us of today, the bungling, dilatory processes of justice a generation ago. Emil Gluck was proved in February to be an innocent man, yet he was not released until the following October. For 8 months, a greatly wronged man, he was compelled to undergo his unmerited punishment. This was not conducive to sweetness and light, and we can well imagine how he ate his soul with bitterness during those dreary 8 months. End of Section 7. Section 8 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Gauntz. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. Section 8. The Enemy of All the World, Part 2. He came back to the world in the fall of 1932, as a usual feature topic in all the newspapers. The papers, instead of expressing heartfelt regret, continued their old sensational persecution. One paper did more, the San Francisco Intelligencer. John Hartwell, its editor, elaborated an ingenious theory that got around the confessions of the two criminals, and went to show that Gluck was responsible after all for the murder of Irene Tackley. Hartwell died, and Sherburne died too, while policeman Phillips was shot in the leg and discharged from the Oakland police force. The murder of Hartwell was long a mystery. He was alone in his editorial office at the time. The reports of the revolver were heard by the office boy, who rushed in to find Hartwell expiring in his chair. What puzzled the police was the fact not merely that he had been shot with his own revolver, but that the revolver had been exploded in the drawer of his desk. The bullets had torn through the front of the drawer and entered his body. The police scouted the theory of suicide. Murder was dismissed as absurd, and the blame was thrown upon the Eureka Smokeless Cartridge Company. Spontaneous explosion was the police explanation, and the chemists of the Cartridge Company were well bullied at the inquest. But what the police did not know was that across the street in the Mercer Building, room 633, rented by Emil Gluck, had been occupied by Emil Gluck at the very moment Hartwell's revolver so mysteriously exploded. At the time, no connection was made between Hartwell's death and the death of William Sherburne. Sherburne had continued to live in the home he had built for Irene Tackley, and one morning in January 1933 he was found dead. Suicide was the verdict of the coroner's inquest, for he had been shot by his own revolver. The curious thing that happened that night was the shooting of policeman Phillips on the sidewalk in front of Sherburne's house. The policeman crawled to a police telephone on the corner and rang up for an ambulance. He claimed that someone had shot him from behind in the leg. The leg in question was so badly shattered by 3 .38 caliber bullets that amputation was necessary. But when the police discovered that the damage had been done by his own revolver, a great laugh went up, and he was charged with having been drunk, in spite of his denial of having touched a drop, and of his persistent assertion that the revolver had been in his hip pocket, and that he had not laid a finger to it. He was discharged from the force. Emil Gluck's confession 6 years later cleared the unfortunate policeman of disgrace, and he is alive today and in good health, the recipient of a handsome pension from the city. Emil Gluck, having disposed of his immediate enemies, now sought a wider field, though his enmity for newspaper men and for the police remained always active. The royalties on his ignition device for gasoline engines had mounted up while he lay in prison, and year by year the earning power of his invention increased. He was independent, able to travel wherever he willed over the earth and to glut his monstrous appetite for revenge. He had become a monomaniac and an anarchist, not a philosophic anarchist merely, but a violent anarchist. Perhaps the word is misused, and he is better described as a nihilist, or an anihilist. It is known that he affiliated with none of the groups of terrorists. He operated wholly alone, but he created 1,000-fold more terror, and achieved 1,000-fold more destruction than all the terrorist groups added together. He signalized his departure from California by blowing up Fort Mason. In his confession he spoke of it as a little experiment. He was merely trying his hand. For 8 years he wandered over the earth, a mysterious terror, destroying property to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, and destroying countless lives. One good result of his awful deeds was the destruction he wrought among the terrorists themselves. Every time he did anything, the terrorists in the vicinity were gathered in by the police dragnet, and many of them were executed. 17 were executed at Rome alone, following the assassination of the Italian king. Perhaps the most world-amazing achievement of his was the assassination of the King and Queen of Portugal. It was their wedding day. All possible precautions had been taken against the terrorists, and the way from the cathedral through Lisbon's streets was double-banked with troops, while a squad of 200 mounted troopers surrounded the carriage. Suddenly the amazing thing happened. The automatic rifles of the troopers began to go off, as well as the rifles in the immediate vicinity of the double-banked infantry. In the excitement, the muzzles of the exploding rifles were turned in all directions. The slaughter was terrible. Horses, troops, spectators, and the king and queen were riddled with bullets. To complicate the affair, in different parts of the crowd behind the foot soldiers, 2 terrorists had bombs explode on their persons. These bombs they had intended to throw if they got the opportunity. But who was to know this? The frightful havoc wrought by the bursting bombs but added to the confusion. It was considered part of the general attack. One puzzling thing that could not be explained away was the conduct of the troopers with their exploding rifles. It seemed impossible that they should be in on the plot, yet there were the hundreds their flying bullets had slain, including the king and queen. On the other hand, more baffling than ever was the fact that 70% of the troopers themselves had been killed or wounded. Some explained this on the ground that the loyal foot soldiers witnessing the attack on the royal carriage had opened fire on the traitors. Yet not one bit of evidence to verify this could be drawn from the survivors, though many were put to the torture. They contended stubbornly that they had not discharged their rifles at all, but that their rifles had discharged themselves. They were laughed at by the chemists, who held that while it was just barely probable that a single cartridge, charged with the new smokeless powder, might spontaneously explode, it was beyond all probability and possibility for all the cartridges in a given area so charged spontaneously to explode. And so, in the end, no explanation of the amazing occurrence was reached. The general opinion of the rest of the world was that the whole affair was a blind panic of the feverish Latins, precipitated, it was true, by the bursting of 2 terrorist bombs. And in this connection was recalled the laughable encounter of long years before between the Russian fleet and the English fishing boats. And Emil Gluck chuckled and went his way. He knew, but how was the world to know? He had stumbled upon the secret in his old electroplating shop on Telegraph Avenue in the city of Oakland. It happened at that time that a wireless telegraph station was established by the Thurston Power Company close to his shop. In a short time his electroplating vat was put out of order. The vat wiring had many bad joints, and, on investigation, Gluck discovered minute welds at the joints in the wiring. These, by lowering the resistance, had caused an excessive current to pass through the solution, boiling it and spoiling the work. But what had caused the welds was the question in Gluck's mind. His reasoning was simple. Before the establishment of the wireless station, the vat had worked well. Not until after the establishment of the wireless station had the vat been ruined. Therefore, the wireless station had been the cause. But how? He quickly answered the question. If an electric discharge was capable of operating a coherer across 3,000 miles of ocean, then certainly the electric discharges from the wireless station 400 feet away could produce coherer effects on the bad joints in the vat wiring. Gluck thought no more about it at the time. He merely rewired his vat and went on electroplating. But afterwards, in prison, he remembered the incident, and like a flash there came into his mind the full significance of it. He saw in it the silent, secret weapon with which to revenge himself on the world. His great discovery, which died with him, was control over the direction and scope of the electric discharge. At the time, this was the unsolved problem of wireless telegraphy, as it still is today. But Emil Gluck, in his prison cell, mastered it, and when he was released, he applied it. It was fairly simple, given the directing power that was his, to introduce a spark into the powder magazines of a fort, a battleship, or a revolver. And not alone could he thus explode powder at a distance, but he could ignite conflagrations. The great Boston fire was started by him, quite by accident, however, as he stated in his confession, adding that it was a pleasing accident, and that he had never had any reason to regret it. It was Emil Gluck that caused the terrible German-American War, with the loss of 800,000 lives and the consumption of almost incalculable treasure. It will be remembered that in 1939, because of the Picard incident, strained relations existed between the two countries. Germany, though aggrieved, was not anxious for war, and as a peace token sent the Crown Prince and 7 battleships on a friendly visit to the United States. On the night of February 15th, the 7 warships lay at anchor in the Hudson opposite New York City. And on that night Emil Gluck, alone with all his apparatus on board, was out in a launch. This launch, it was afterwards proved, was bought by him from the Ross Turner Company, while much of the apparatus he used that night had been purchased from the Columbia Electric Works. But this was not known at the time. All that was known was that the 7 battleships blew up, one after another, at regular 4-minute intervals. 90% of the crews and officers, along with the Crown Prince, perished. Many years before, the American battleship Maine had been blown up in the harbor of Havana, and war with Spain had immediately followed, though there has always existed a reasonable doubt as to whether the explosion was due to conspiracy or accident. But accident could not explain the blowing up of the 7 battleships on the Hudson at 4-minute intervals. Germany believed that it had been done by a submarine, and immediately declared war. It was 6 months after Gluck's confession that she returned the Philippines and Hawaii to the United States. In the meanwhile, Emil Gluck, the malevolent wizard and arch-hater, traveled his whirlwind path of destruction. He left no traces. Scientifically thorough, he always cleaned up after himself. His method was to rent a room or a house and secretly to install his apparatus. Which apparatus, by the way, he so perfected and simplified that it occupied little space. After he had accomplished his purpose, he carefully removed the apparatus. He bade fair to live out a long life of horrible crime. The epidemic of shooting of New York City policemen was a remarkable affair. It became one of the horror mysteries of the time. In 2 short weeks, over 100 policemen were shot in the legs by their own revolvers. Inspector Jones did not solve the mystery, but it was his idea that finally outwitted Gluck. On his recommendation, the policemen ceased carrying revolvers, and no more accidental shootings occurred. It was in the early spring of 1940 that Gluck destroyed the Mare Island Navy Yard. From a room in Vallejo, he sent his electric discharges across the Vallejo Straits to Mare Island. He first played his flashes on the battleship Maryland. She lay at the dock of one of the mine magazines. On her forward deck, on a huge temporary platform of timbers, were disposed over 100 mines. These mines were for the defense of the Golden Gate. Any one of these mines was capable of destroying a dozen battleships, and there were over 100 mines. The destruction was terrific, but it was only Gluck's overture. He played his flashes down the Mare Island shore, blowing up 5 torpedo boats, Torpedo Station, and the great magazine at the eastern end of the island, returning westward again and scooping in occasional isolated magazines on the high ground back from the shore. He blew up 3 cruisers, and the battleships Oregon, Delaware, New Hampshire, and Florida. The latter had just gone to dry dock, and the magnificent dry dock was destroyed along with her. It was a frightful catastrophe, and a shiver of horror passed through the land. But it was nothing to what was to follow. In the late fall of that year, Emil Gluck made a clean sweep of the Atlantic seaboard from Maine to Florida. Nothing escaped. Forts, mines, coast defenses of all sorts, torpedo stations, magazines, everything went up. 3 months afterward, in midwinter, he smote the north shore of the Mediterranean from Gibraltar to Greece in the same stupefying manner. A wail went up from the nations. It was clear that human agency was behind all this destruction, and it was equally clear through Emil Gluck's impartiality that the destruction was not the work of any particular nation. One thing was patent, namely that whoever was the human behind it all, that human was a menace to the world. No nation was safe. There was no defense against this unknown, all-powerful foe. Warfare was futile. Nay, not merely futile, but itself the very essence of peril. For a 12-month the manufacture of powder ceased, and all soldiers and sailors were withdrawn from all fortifications and war vessels. And even a world disarmament was seriously considered at the Convention of the Powers, held at The Hague at that time. And then Silas Bannerman, a Secret Service agent of the United States, leaped into world fame by arresting Emil Gluck. At first, Bannerman was laughed at, but he had prepared his case well, and in a few weeks the most skeptical were convinced of Emil Gluck's guilt. The one thing, however, that Silas Bannerman never succeeded in explaining, even to his own satisfaction, was how first he came to connect Gluck with the atrocious crimes. It is true Bannerman was in Vallejo on secret government business at the time of the destruction of Mare Island, And it is true that on the streets of Vallejo Emil Gluck was pointed out to him as a queer crank, but no impression was made at the time. It was not until afterward, when on a vacation in the Rocky Mountains and when reading the first published reports of the destruction along the Atlantic coast, that suddenly Bannerman thought of Emil Gluck, and on the instant there flashed into his mind the connection between Gluck and the destruction. It was only an hypothesis, but it was sufficient. The great thing was the conception of the hypothesis, in itself an act of unconscious cerebration, a thing as unaccountable as the flashing, for instance, into Newton's mind of the principle of gravitation. The rest was easy. Where was Gluck at the time of the destruction along the Atlantic seaboard was the question that formed in Bannerman's mind. By his own request he was put upon the case. In no time he ascertained that Gluck had himself been up and down the Atlantic coast in the late fall of 1940. Also, he ascertained that Gluck had been in New York City during the epidemic of the shooting of police officers. Where was Gluck now was Bannerman's next query, and, as if in answer, came the wholesale destruction along the Mediterranean. Gluck had sailed for Europe a month before. Bannerman knew that. It was not necessary for Bannerman to go to Europe. By means of cable messages and the cooperation of the European secret services, he traced Gluck's course along the Mediterranean and found that in every instance it coincided with the blowing up of coast defenses and ships. Also, he learned that Gluck had just sailed on the Green Star liner Plutonic for the United States. The case was complete in Bannerman's mind, though in the interval of waiting he worked up the details. In this he was ably assisted by George Brown, an operator employed by the Wood system of wireless telegraphy. When the Plutonic arrived off Sandy Hook, she was boarded by Bannerman from a government tug, and Emil Gluck was made a prisoner. The trial and the confession followed. In the confession, Gluck professed regret only for one thing, namely that he had taken his time. As he said, had he dreamed that he was ever to be discovered, he would have worked more rapidly and accomplished 1,000 times the destruction he did. His secret died with him, though it is now known that the French government managed to get access to him and offered him 1 billion francs for his invention, wherewith he was able to direct and closely confine electric discharges. What was Gluck's reply? To sell you that which would enable you to enslave and maltreat suffering humanity? And though the war departments of the nations have continued to experiment in their secret laboratories, they have so far failed to light upon the slightest trace of the secret. Emil Gluck was executed on December 4th, 1941, and so died at the age of 46, one of the world's most unfortunate geniuses, a man of tremendous intellect, but whose mighty powers, instead of making toward good, were so twisted and warped that he became the most amazing of criminals. Culled from Mr. A.G. Burnside's The Eccentricities of Crime, by kind permission of the publishers, Messrs. Holiday and Whitsand. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Gerber. Strength of the Strong by Jack London. Section 9, The Dream of Debs, Part 1. I awoke fully an hour before my customary time. This in itself was remarkable, and I lay very wide awake, pondering over it. Something was the matter. Something was wrong. I knew not what. I was oppressed by a premonition of something terrible that had happened, or was about to happen. But what was it? I strove to orient myself.
I remember that at the time of the great earthquake of 1906, many claimed they awakened some moments before the first shock, and that during these moments they experienced strange feelings of dread. Was San Francisco again to be visited by earthquake? I lay for a full minute, numbly expectant, but there occurred no reeling of walls nor shock and grind of falling masonry. All was quiet. That was it. The silence. No wonder I had been perturbed. The hum of the great live city was strangely absent. The surface cars passed along my street, at that time of day, on an average of 1 every 3 minutes. But in the 10 succeeding minutes, not a car passed. Perhaps it was a street railway strike, was my thought, or perhaps there had been an accident and the power was shut off. But no, the silence was too profound. I heard no jar and rattle of wagon wheels, nor stamp of iron-shod hoofs straining up the steep cobblestones. Pressing the push button beside my bed, I strove to hear the sound of the bell, though I well knew it was impossible for the sound to rise 3 stories to me, even if the bell did ring. It rang all right, for a few minutes later, Brown entered with the tray morning paper. Though his features were impassive as ever, I noted a startled, apprehensive light in his eyes. I noted also that there was no cream on the tray. "The creamery did not deliver this morning," he explained, "nor did the bakery." I glanced again at the tray. There were no fresh French rolls, only slices of stale graham bread from yesterday, the most detestable of bread so far as I was concerned. "Nothing was delivered this morning, sir," Brown started to explain apologetically, but I interrupted him. "The paper?" "Yes, sir, it was delivered, but it was the only thing. And it is the last time, too. There won't be any paper tomorrow. The paper says so. Can I send out and get you some condensed milk?" I shook my head, accepted the coffee black, and spread open the paper. The headlines explained everything, explained too much, in fact, for the lengths of pessimism to which the journal went were ridiculous. A general strike, it said, had been called all over the United States, and most foreboding anxieties were expressed concerning the provisioning of the great cities. I read on hastily, skimming much and remembering much of labor troubles in the past. For a generation, the general strike had been the dream of organized labor, which dream had arisen originally in the mind of Debs, one of the great labor leaders of 30 years before. I recollected that in my young college settlement days, I had even written an article on the subject for one of the magazines, and that I had entitled it "The Dream of Debs." And I must confess that I had treated the idea very cavalierly and academically as a dream and nothing more. Time in the world had rolled on. Gompers was gone, the American Federation of Labor was gone, and gone was Debs with all his wild revolutionary ideas. But the dream had persisted, and here it was at last realized in fact. But I laughed, as I read, at the journal's gloomy outlook. I knew better. I had seen organized labor worsted in too many conflicts. It would be a matter only of days when the thing would be settled. This was a national strike, and it wouldn't take the government long to break it. I threw the paper down and proceeded to dress. It would certainly be interesting to be out in the streets of San Francisco when not a wheel was turning and the whole city was taking an enforced vacation. "I beg your pardon, sir," Brown said as he handed me my cigar case, "but Mr. Hamid has asked to see you before you go out." "Send him in right away," I answered. Hamid was the butler. When he entered, I could see he was laboring under controlled excitement. He came at once to the point. "What shall I do, sir? There will be needed provisions, and the delivery drivers are on strike, and the electricity is shut off. I guess they're on strike too." "Are the shops open?" I asked. "Only the small ones, sir. The retail clerks are out, and the big ones can't open. But the owners and their families are running the little ones themselves." "Then take the machine," I said, "and go the rounds and make your purchases. Buy plenty of everything you need, or may need. Get a box of candles. No, get a half a dozen boxes. And when you're done, tell Harrison to bring the machine around to the club for me. Not later than 11. Harmed shook his head gravely. "Mr. Harrison has struck along with the chauffeurs' union, and I don't know how to run the machine myself." Oh, he has he?" said I. "Well, when next Mr. Harrison happens around, you tell him that he can look elsewhere for a position." "Yes, sir. You don't happen to belong to a butler's union, do you, Harmed?" "No, sir," was the answer. And even if I did, I'd not desert my employer in a crisis like this. No, sir, I would... All right, thank you, I said. Now you get ready to accompany me. I'll run the machine myself, and we'll lay in a stock of provisions to stand a siege. It was a beautiful 1st of May, even as May days go. The sky was cloudless, there was no wind, and the air was warm, almost balmy. Many autos were out, but the owners were driving them themselves. The streets were crowded but quiet. The working class, dressed in its Sunday best, was out taking the air and observing the effects of the strike. It was all so unusual, and withal so peaceful, that I found myself enjoying it. My nerves were tingling with mild excitement. It was a sort of placid adventure. I passed Miss Chickering. She was at the helm of her little runabout. She swung around and came after me, catching me at the corner. "Oh, Mr. Corfe," she hailed, "do you know where I can buy candles? I've been to a dozen shops and they're all sold out. It's dreadfully awful, isn't it?" But her sparkling eyes gave the lie to her words. Like the rest of us, she was enjoying it hugely. Quite an adventure it was, getting those candles. It was not until we went across the city and down into the working class quarter, south of Market Street, that we found small corner groceries that had not yet sold out. Miss Chickering thought 1 box was sufficient, but I persuaded her into taking 4. My car was large, and I laid in a dozen boxes. There was no telling what delays might arise in the settlement of the strike. Also, I filled the car with sacks of flour, baking powder, tinned goods, and all the ordinary necessaries of life suggested by Harmid, who fussed around and clucked over the purchases like an anxious old hen. The remarkable thing, that first day of the strike, was that no one really apprehended anything serious. The announcement of organized labor in the morning papers that it was prepared to stay out a month or 3 months was laughed at. And yet that very first day we might have guessed as much from the fact that the working class took practically no part in the great rush to buy provisions. Of course not. For weeks and months, craftily and secretly, the whole working class had been laying in private stocks of provisions. That was why we were permitted to go down and buy out the little groceries in the working class neighborhoods. It was not until I arrived at the club that afternoon that I began to feel the first alarm. Everything was in confusion. There were no olives for the cocktails, and the service was by hitches and jerks. Most of the men were angry, and all were worried. A babble of voices greeted me as I entered. General Folsom, nursing his capacious paunch in a window seat in the smoking room, was defending himself against half a dozen excited gentlemen who were demanding that he should do something. "What can I do more than I have done?" he was saying. "There are no orders from Washington. If you gentlemen will get a wire through, I'll do anything I am commanded to do. But I don't see what can be done. The first thing I did this morning, as soon as I learned of the strike, was to order in the troops from the Presidio. 3,000 of them. They are guarding the banks, the mint, the post office, and all the public buildings. There is no disorder whatever. The strikers are keeping the peace perfectly. You can't expect me to shoot them down as they walk along the streets with wives and children, all in their best bib and tucker. I'd like to know what's happening on Wall Street," I heard Jimmy Wombold say as I passed along. I could imagine his anxiety, for I knew that he was deep in the big consolidated Western deal. "Say, Corfe," Atkinson bustled up to me, "is your machine running?" "Yes," I answered. "But what's the matter with your own?" "Broken down and all the garages are closed. And my wife's somewhere around Truckee, I think, stalled on the overland. Can't get a wire to her for love or money. She should have arrived this evening. She may be starving. Lend me your machine." "Can't get it across the bay," Halstead spoke up. "The ferries aren't running. But I tell you what you can do. There's Rawlinson. Oh, Rawlinson, come here a moment. Atkinson wants to get a machine across the bay. His wife is stuck on the overland at Truckee. Can't you bring the Lurlet across from Tiburon and carry the machine over for him?" The Lurlet was a 200-ton ocean-going schooner yacht. Rawlinson shook his head. "You couldn't get a longshoreman to land the machine on board, even if I could get the Lurlet over, which I can't, for the crew are members of the Coast Seamen's Union, and they're on strike along with the rest." "But my wife may be starving," I could hear Atkinson wailing as I moved on. At the other end of the smoking room, I ran to a group of men bunched excitedly and angrily around Bertie Messner, and Bertie was stirring them up and prodding them in his cool, cynical way. Bertie didn't care about the strike. He didn't care much about anything. He was blasé, at least in all the clean things of life. The nasty things had no attraction for him. He was worth 20 millions, all of it in safe investments, and he had never done a tap of productive work in his life. Inherited it all from his father and 2 uncles. He had been everywhere, seen everything, and done everything but get married. And this last in the face of the grim and determined attack of a few hundred ambitious mamas. For years he had been the greatest catch, and as yet he had avoided being caught. He was disgracefully eligible. On top of his wealth, he was young, handsome, and, as I said before, clean. He was a great athlete, a young blonde god that did everything perfectly and admirably, with the solitary exception of matrimony. And he didn't care about anything, had no ambitions, no passions, no desire to do the very things he did so much better than other men. "This is sedition," one man in the group was crying. Another called it revolt and revolution, and another called it anarchy. "I can't see it," Bertie said. "I've been out in the streets all morning. Perfect order reigns. I never saw a more law-abiding populace. There's no use calling it names. It's not any of those things. It's just what it claims to be. A general strike. And it's your turn to play, gentlemen." "And we'll play all right," cried Garfield, one of the traction millionaires. "We'll show this dirt where its place is. The beasts. Wait till the government takes a hand." "But where is the government?" Bertie interposed. "It might as well be at the bottom of the sea so far as you're concerned. You don't know what's happening at Washington. You don't know whether you've got a government or not." "Don't you worry about that," Garfield blurted out. "I assure you I'm not worrying," Bertie smiled languidly. "But it seems to me it's what you fellows are doing. Look in the glass, Garfield." Garfield did not look, but had he looked, he would have seen a very excited gentleman with rumpled iron-gray hair, a flushed face, mouth sullen and vindictive, and eyes wildly gleaming. "It's not right, I tell you," Little Hanover said, and from his tone I was sure that he had already said it a number of times. "Now that's going too far, Hanover," Bertie replied. "You fellows make me tired. You're all open shop men. You've eroded my eardrums with your endless gabble for the open shop and the right of a man to work. You've harangued along those lines for years. Labor is doing nothing wrong in going out on this general strike. It is violating no law of God nor man. Don't you talk, Hanover. You've been ringing in the changes too long on the God-given right to work, or not to work. You can't escape the corollary. It's a dirty little sordid scrap. That's all the whole thing is. You've got labor down and gouged it, and now labor's got you down and is gouging you. That's all, and you're squealing." Every man in the group broke out in indignant denials that labor had ever been gouged. "No, sir," Garfield was shouting. "We've done the best for labor. Instead of gouging it, we've given it a chance to live. We've made work for it. Where would labor be if it hadn't been for us?" "A whole lot better off," Bertie sneered. "You've got labor down and gouged it every time you got a chance, and you went out of your way to make chances." "No, no," were the cries. "There was the Teamster strike, right here in San Francisco," Bertie went on imperturbably. "The Employers Association precipitated that strike. You know that. And you know I know it too, for I've sat in these very rooms and heard the inside talk and news of the fight. First, you precipitated the strike. Then you bought the mayor and chief of police and broke the strike. A pretty spectacle, you philanthropists getting the Teamsters down and gouging them. Hold on, I'm not through with you. It's only last year that the labor ticket of Colorado elected a governor. He was never seated. You know why. You know how your brother philanthropists and capitalists of Colorado worked it. It was a case of getting labor down and gouging it. You kept the president of the Southwestern Amalgamated Association of Miners in jail for 3 years on trumped-up murder charges, and with him out of the way, you broke up the association. That was gouging labor, you'll admit. The third time the graduated income tax was declared unconstitutional was a gouge. So was the 8th hour bill you killed in the last Congress. And of all unmitigated immoral gouges, your destruction of the closed shop principle was the limit. You know how it was done. You brought out Farberg, the last president of the old American Federation of Labor. He was your creature, or the creature of all the trusts and employers associations, which is the same thing. You precipitated the big closed shop strike. Farberg betrayed that strike. You won, and the old American Federation of Labor crumbled to pieces. You fellows destroyed it, and by so doing, undid yourselves, For right on top of it began the organization of the ILW, the biggest and solidest organization of labor the United States has ever seen, and you are responsible for its existence and for the present general strike. You smashed all the old federations and drove labor into the ILW, and the ILW called a general strike, still fighting for the closed shop. And then you have the effrontery to stand here face to face and tell me that you never got labor down and gouged it. Bah! This time there were no denials. Garfield broke out in self-defense. We've done nothing we were not compelled to do if we were to win. I'm not saying anything about that, Bertie answered. What I am complaining about is your squealing now that you're getting a taste of your own medicine. How many strikes have you won by starving labor into submission? Well, labor's worked out a scheme whereby to starve you into submission. It wants the closed shop, and if it can get it by starving you, why, starve you shall. I notice that you have profited in the past from those very labor gouges you mention, insinuated Brentwood, one of the wiliest and most astute of our corporation lawyers. The receiver is as bad as the thief, he sneered. You had no hand in the gouging, but you took your whack out of the gouge. That is quite beside the question, Brentwood, Bertie drawled. You're as bad as Hanover, intruding the moral element. I haven't said that anything is right or wrong. It's all a rotten game, I know, and my sole kick is that you fellows are squealing now that you're down and labor's taking a gouge out of you. Of course I've taken the profits from the gouging. And, thanks to you gentlemen, without having personally to do the dirty work. You did that for me. Oh, believe me, not because I am more virtuous than you, but because my good father and his various brothers left me a lot of money with which to pay for the dirty work. If you mean to insinuate, Brentwood began hotly. Hold on, don't get all ruffled up, Bertie interposed insolently. There's no use in playing hypocrites in this thieves' den. The high and lofty is all right for the newspapers, boys' clubs, and Sunday schools. That's part of the game. But for heaven's sake, don't let's play it on one another. You know, and you know that I know just what jobbery was done in the building trade strike last fall. Who put up the money, who did the work, and who profited by it? Brentwood flushed darkly. But we are all tarred with the same brush, and the best thing for us to do is leave morality out of it. Again, I repeat, play the game, play to the last finish. But for goodness sake, don't squeal when you get hurt. When I left the group, Bertie was on a new tack, tormenting them with more serious aspects of the situation, pointing out the shortage of supplies that was already making itself felt, and asking them what they were going to do about it. A little later, I met him in the cloakroom, leaving, and gave him a lift home in my machine. It's a great stroke, this general strike, he said as we bowled along through the crowded but orderly streets. It's a smashing body blow. Labor caught us napping and struck at our weakest place, the stomach. I'm going to get out of San Francisco, Corf. Take my advice and get out too. Head for the country, anywhere. You'll have more chance. Buy up a stock of supplies and get into a tent or a cabin somewhere. Soon there'll be nothing but starvation in the city for such as we. How correct Bertie Messner was, I never dreamed. I decided that he was an alarmist. As for myself, I was content to remain and watch the fun. After I dropped him, instead of going directly home, I went on in a hunt for more food. To my surprise, I learned that the small groceries where I'd bought in the morning were sold out. I extended my search to the Potrero, and by good luck managed to pick up another box of candles, 2 sacks of wheat flour, 10 pounds of graham flour, which would do for the servants, a case of tinned corn, and 2 cases of tinned tomatoes. It did look as though there was going to be at least a temporary food shortage, and I hugged myself over the goodly stock of provisions I had laid in. The next morning I had my coffee in bed as usual, and, more than the cream, I missed the daily paper. It was this absence of knowledge of what was going on in the world that I found the chief hardship. Down at the club there was little news. Ryder had crossed from Oakland in his launch, and Halstead had been down to San Jose and back in his machine. They reported the same conditions in those places as in San Francisco. Everything was tied up by the strike. All grocery stocks had been bought out by the upper classes, and perfect order reigned. But what was happening over the rest of the country? In Chicago, New York, Washington? Most probably the same things that were happening with us, we concluded. But the fact that we did not know with absolute surety was irritating. General Folsom had a bit of news. An attempt had been made to place Army telegraphers in the telegraph offices, but the wires had been cut in every direction. This was, so far, the one unlawful act committed by labor, and that it was a concerted act he was fully convinced. He had communicated by wireless with the army post at Benicia. The telegraph lines were even then being patrolled by soldiers all the way to Sacramento. Once, for one short instant, they had gotten the Sacramento call. Then the wires, somewhere, were cut again. General Folsom reasoned that similar attempts to open communication were being made by the authorities all the way across the continent, but he was non-committal as to whether or not he thought the attempt would succeed. What worried him was the wire cutting. He could not but believe that it was an important part of the deep-laid labor conspiracy. Also, he regretted that the government had not long since established its projected chain of wireless stations. End of Section 9. Recorded by Jason Gerber. Section 10 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Gerber. Strength of the Strong by Jack London. Section 10, The Dream of Debs, Part 2. The days came and went, and for a while it was a humdrum time. Nothing happened. The edge of excitement had become blunted. The streets were not so crowded. The working class did not come uptown anymore to see how we were taking the strike, and there were not so many automobiles running around. The repair shops and garages were closed, and whenever a machine broke down, it went out of commission. The clutch on mine broke, and neither love nor money could get it repaired. Like the rest, I was now walking. San Francisco lay dead, and we did not know what was happening over the rest of the country. But from the very fact that we did not know, we could conclude only that the rest of the country lay as dead as San Francisco. From time to time, the city was placarded with the proclamations of organized labor. These had been printed months before, and evidenced how thoroughly the ILW had prepared for the strike. Every detail had been worked out long in advance. No violence had occurred as yet, with the exception of the shooting of a few wire cutters by the soldiers. But the people of the slums were starving and growing ominously restless. The businessmen, the millionaires, and the professional class held meetings and passed resolutions, but there was no way of making the proclamations public. They could not even get them printed. One result of these meetings, however, was that General Folsom was persuaded into taking military possession of the wholesale houses and of all the flour, grain, and food warehouses. It was high time, for suffering was becoming acute in the homes of the rich, and bread lines were necessary. I knew that my servants were beginning to draw long faces, and it was amazing, the hole they made in my stock of provisions. In fact, as I afterwards surmised, each servant was stealing from me and secreting a private stock of provisions for himself. But with the formation of the bread lines came new troubles. There was only so much of a food reserve in San Francisco, and at the best it could not last long. Organized labor, we knew, had its private supplies. Nevertheless, the whole working class joined the bread lines. As a result, the provisions General Folsom had taken possession of diminished with perilous rapidity. How were the soldiers to distinguish between a shabby middle-class man and a member of the ILW, or a slum dweller? The first and last had to be fed, but the soldiers did not know all the ILW men in the city, much less the wives and sons and daughters of the ILW men. The employers helping, a few of the known union men were flung out of the bread lines, but that amounted to nothing. To make matters worse, the government tugs that had been hauling food from army depots on Mare Island to Angel Island found no more food to haul. The soldiers now received their rations from the confiscated provisions, and they received them first. The beginning of the end was in sight. Violence was beginning to show its face. Law and order were passing away, and passing away, I must confess, among the slum people and the upper class. Organized labor still maintained perfect order. It could well afford to. It had plenty to eat. I remember the afternoon at the club when I caught Halstead and Brentwood whispering in a corner. They took me in on the venture. Brentwood's machine was still in running order, and they were going out cow stealing. Halstead had a long butcher knife and a cleaver. We went out to the outskirts of the city. Here and there cows were grazing, but always they were guarded by their owners. We pursued our quest, following along the fringe of the city to the east, and on the hills near Hunter's Point, we came upon a cow guarded by a little girl. There was also a young calf with the cow. We wasted no time on preliminaries. The little girl ran away screaming while we slaughtered the cow. I omit the details, for they are not nice. We were unaccustomed to such work, and we bungled it. But in the midst of it, working with the haste of fear, we heard cries, and we saw a number of men running towards us. We abandoned the spoils and took to our heels. To our surprise, we were not pursued. Looking back, we saw the men hurriedly cutting up the cow. They had been on the same lay as ourselves. We argued that there was plenty for all and ran back. The scene that followed beggars description. We fought and squabbled over the division like savages. Brentwood, I remember, was a perfect brute, snarling and snapping and threatening that murder would be done if we did not get our proper share. And we were getting our share when there occurred a new eruption on the scene. This time it was the dreaded peace officers of the ILW. The little girl had brought them. They were armed with whips and clubs, and there were a score of them. The little girl danced up and down in anger, the tears streaming down her cheeks, crying, "Give it to him! Give it to him! That guy with the specs, he did it! Mash his face for him! Mash his face!" That guy with the specs was I, and I got my face mashed too, though I had the presence of mind to take off my glasses at the first. My, but did we receive a trouncing as we scattered in all directions. Brentwood, Halstead, and I fled away for the machine. Brentwood's nose was bleeding, while Halstead's cheek was cut across with the scarlet slash of a black snake whip. And lo, when the pursuit ceased and we had gained the machine, there, hiding behind it, was the frightened calf. Brentwood warned us to be cautious, and crept up on it like a wolf or a tiger. Knife and cleaver had been left behind, but Brentwood still had his hands, and over on the ground he rolled with the poor little calf as he throttled it. We threw the carcass into the machine, covered it over with a robe, and started for home. But our misfortunes had only begun. We blew out a tire. There was no way of fixing it, and twilight was coming on. We abandoned the machine, Brentwood pulling and staggering along in advance, the calf covered by the robe slung across his shoulders. We took turn about carrying that calf, and it nearly killed us. Also, we lost our way. And then, after hours of wandering and toil, we encountered a gang of hoodlums. They were not ILW men, and I guess they were as hungry as we. At any rate, they got the calf and we got the thrashing. Brentwood raged like a madman the rest of the way home, and he looked like one, with his torn clothes, swollen nose, and blackened eyes. There wasn't any more cow stealing after that. General Folsom sent his troopers out and confiscated all the cows, and his troopers, aided by the militia, ate most of the meat. General Folsom was not to be blamed. It was his duty to maintain law and order, and he maintained it by means of the soldiers, wherefore he was compelled to feed them first of all. It was about this time that the Great Panic occurred. The wealthy classes precipitated the flight, and then the slum people caught the contagion and stampeded wildly out of the city. General Folsom was pleased. It was estimated that at least 200,000 had deserted San Francisco, and by that much was his food problem solved. Well, do I remember that day. In the morning I had eaten a crust of bread. Half of the afternoon I had stood in the bread line, and after dark I returned home, tired and miserable, carrying a quart of rice and a slice of bacon. Brown met me at the door. His face was worn and terrified. All the servants had fled, he informed me. He alone remained. I was touched by his faithfulness, and when I learned that he had eaten nothing all day, I divided my food with him. We cooked half the rice and half the bacon, sharing it equally and reserving the other half for morning. I went to bed with my hunger and tossed restlessly all night. In the morning I found Brown had deserted me, and, greater misfortune still, he had stolen what remained of the rice and bacon. It was a gloomy handful of men that came together at the club that morning. There was no service at all. The last servant was gone. I noticed, too, that the silver was gone, and I learned where it had gone. The servants had not taken it, for the reason, I presume, that the club members got to it first. Their method of disposing of it was simple. Down south of Market Street, in the dwellings of the ILW, the housewives had given square meals in exchange for it. I went back to my house. Yes, my silver was gone, all but a massive pitcher. This I wrapped up and carried down south of Market Street. I felt better after the meal, and returned to the club to learn if there was anything new in the situation. Hanover, Collins, and Dacon were just leaving. There was no one inside, they told me, and they invited me to come along with them. They were leaving the city, they said, on Dacon's horses, and there was a spare one for me. Dacon had 4 magnificent carriage horses that he wanted to save, and General Folsom had given him the tip that next morning all the horses that remained in the city were to be confiscated for food. There were not many horses left, for tens of thousands of them had been turned loose into the country when the hay and grain gave out during the first days. Birdall, I remember, who had great draying interests, had turned loose 300 dray horses. At an average value of $500, this had amounted to $150,000. He had hoped, at first, to recover most of the horses after the strike was over, but in the end he never recovered one of them. They were all eaten by the people that fled from San Francisco. For that matter, the killing of the army mules and horses for food had already begun. Fortunately for Dacon, he had a plentiful supply of hay and grain stored in his stable. We managed to raise 4 saddles, and we found the animals in good condition and spirited, withal unused to being ridden. I remember the San Francisco of the great earthquake as we rode through the streets, but this San Francisco was vastly more pitiable. No cataclysm of nature had caused this, but rather the tyranny of labor unions. We rode down past Union Square and through the theater, hotel, and shopping districts. The streets were deserted. Here and there stood automobiles, abandoned where they had broken down or where the gasoline had given out. There was no sign of life, save for the occasional policeman and the soldiers guarding the banks and public buildings. Once we came upon an ILW man pasting up the latest proclamation. We stopped to read. "We have maintained an orderly strike," it ran, "and we shall maintain order to the end. The end will come when our demands are satisfied, and our demands will be satisfied when we have starved our employers into submission, as we ourselves in the past have often been starved into submission." "Meziner's very words," Collins said, "and I for one am ready to submit. Only they won't give me a chance to submit. I haven't had a full meal in an age. I wonder what horse meat tastes like." We stopped to read another proclamation. "When we think our employers are ready to submit, we shall open up the telegraphs and place the Employers Association of the United States in communication. But only messages relating to peace terms shall be permitted over the wires." We rode on, crossed Market Street, and a little later were passing through the working class district. Here the streets were not deserted. Leaning over the gates or standing in groups were the ILW men. Happy, well-fed children were playing games, and stout housewives sat on the front steps gossiping. One and all cast amused glances at us. Little children ran after us, crying, "Hey, mister, ain't you hungry?" And one woman, nursing a child at her breast, called to Dacon, "Say, Fatty, I'll give you a meal for your skate. Ham and potatoes, currant jelly, white bread, canned butter, and 2 cups of coffee." "Have you noticed, the last few days," Hanover remarked to me, "that there's not been a stray dog in the streets?" I had noticed, but had not thought about it before. It was high time to leave the unfortunate city. We at last managed to connect with the San Bruno Road, along which we headed south. I had a country place near Menlo, and it was our objective. But soon we began to discover that the country was worse off and far more dangerous than the city. There, the soldiers and the ILW kept order, but the country had been turned over to anarchy. 200,000 people had fled from San Francisco, and we had countless evidence that their flight had been like that of an army of locusts. They had swept everything clean. There had been robbery and fighting. Here and there we passed bodies by the roadside and saw the blackened ruins of farmhouses. The fences were down, and the crops had been trampled by the feet of a multitude. All the vegetable patches had been rooted up by the famished hordes. All the chickens and farm animals had been slaughtered. This was true of all the main roads that led out of San Francisco. Here and there, away from the roads, farmers had held their own with shotguns and revolvers, and were still holding their own. They warned us away, and refused to parley with us. And all the destruction and violence have been done by the slum dwellers in the upper classes. The ILW men, with plentiful food supplies, remain quietly in their homes in the cities. Early in the ride, we received concrete proof of how desperate was the situation. To the right of us, we heard cries and rifle shots. Bullets whistled dangerously near. There was a crashing in the underbrush, then a magnificent black truck horse broke across the road in front of us and was gone. We had barely time to notice that he was bleeding and lame. He was followed by 3 soldiers. The chase went on among the trees on the left. We could hear the soldiers calling to one another. A 4th soldier limped out upon the road from the right, sat down on a boulder, and mopped the sweat from his face. "Militia," Dakon whispered. "Deserters." The man grinned up at us and asked for a match. In reply to Dakon's, "What's the word?" he informed us that the militiamen were deserting. "No grub," he explained. "They're feeding it to all the regulars." We also learned from him that the military prisoners had been released from Alcatraz Island because they could no longer be fed. I shall never forget the next sight we encountered. We came upon it abruptly around a turn of the road. Overhead arched the trees. The sunshine was filtering down through the branches. Butterflies were fluttering by, and from the fields came the song of larks. And there it stood, a powerful touring car. About it, and in it, lay a number of corpses. It told its own tale. Its occupants, fleeing from the city, had been attacked and dragged down by a gang of slum dwellers, hoodlums. The thing had occurred within 24 hours. Freshly opened meat and fruit tins explained the reason for the attack. Dakon examined the bodies. "I thought so," he reported. "I've ridden in that car. It was Periton, the whole family. We've got to watch out for ourselves from now on." "But we have no food with which to invite attack," I objected. Dakon pointed to the horse I rode, and I understood. Early in the day, Dakon's horse had cast a shoe. The delicate hoof had split, and by noon the animal was limping. Dakon refused to ride it farther, and refused to desert it. So, on his own solicitation, we went on. He would lead the horse and join us at my place. That was the last we saw of him, nor did we ever learn of his end. By 1 o'clock we arrived at the town of Menlo, or rather, at the site of Menlo, for it was in ruins. Corpses lay everywhere. The business part of the town, as well as part of the residences, had been gutted by fire. Here and there a residence still held out, but there was no getting near them. When we approached too closely, we were fired upon. We met a woman who was poking about in the smoking ruins of her cottage. The first attack, she told us, had been on the stores, and as she talked we could picture that raging, roaring, hungry mob flinging itself on the handful of townspeople. Millionaires and paupers had fought side by side for the food, and then fought with one another after they got it. The town of Palo Alto and Stanford University had been sacked in similar fashion, we learned. Ahead of us lay a desolate, wasted land, and we thought we were wise when turning off to my place. It lay 3 miles to the west, snuggling among the first rolling swells of the foothills. But as we rode along, we saw that the devastation was not confined to the main roads. The van of the flight had kept to the roads, sacking the small towns as it went, while those that followed had scattered out and swept the whole countryside like a great broom. My place was built of concrete, masonry, and tiles, and so it escaped being burned, but it was gutted clean. We found the gardener's body in the windmill, littered around with empty shotgun shells. He had put up a good fight, but no trace could we find of the 2 Italian laborers, nor of the housekeeper and her husband. Not a living thing remained. The calves, the colts, all the fancy poultry and thoroughbred stock, everything was gone. The kitchen and the fireplaces, where the mob had cooked, were a mess, while many campfires outside bore witness to the large number that had fed and spent the nights. What they had not eaten, they had carried away. There was not a bite for us. We spent the rest of the night vainly waiting for Dakon, and in the morning, with our revolvers, fought off 6 marauders. Then we killed one of the Dakon's horses, hiding for the future what meat we did not immediately eat. In the afternoon, Collins went out for a walk, but failed to return. This was the last straw to Hanover. He was for flight there and then, and I had great difficulty in persuading him to wait for daylight. As for myself, I was convinced that the end of the general strike was near, and I was resolved to return to San Francisco. So in the morning, we parted company, Hanover heading south, 50 pounds of horse meat strapped to his saddle, while I, similarly loaded, headed north. Little Hanover pulled through all right, and to the end of his life, he will persist, I know, in boring everybody with the narrative of his subsequent adventures. I got as far as Belmont, on the main road back, when I was robbed of my horse meat by 3 militiamen. There was no change in the situation, they said, except that it was going from bad to worse. The ILW had plenty of provisions hidden away and could last out for months. I managed to get as far as Baden when my horse was taken away from me by a dozen men. 2 of them were San Francisco policemen, and the remainder were regular soldiers. This was ominous. The situation was certainly extreme when the regulars were beginning to desert. When I continued my way on foot, they already had the fire started, and the last of Dacon's horses lay slaughtered on the ground. As luck would have it, I sprained my ankle and succeeded in getting no farther than South San Francisco. I lay there that night in an outhouse, shivering with the cold and at the same time burning with fever. 2 days I lay there, too sick to move, and on the third, reeling and giddy, supporting myself on an extemporized crutch, I tottered on towards San Francisco. I was weak as well, for it was the 3rd day since food had passed my lips. It was a day of nightmare and torment. As in a dream, I passed hundreds of regular soldiers drifting along in the opposite direction, and many policemen, with their families, organized in large groups for mutual protection. As I entered the city, I remembered the workman's house at which I had traded the silver pitcher, and in that direction my hunger drove me. Twilight was falling when I came to the place. I passed around by the alleyway and crawled up the black steps, on which I collapsed. I managed to reach out with the crutch and knock on the door. Then I must have fainted, for I came to in the kitchen, my face wet with water and whiskey being poured down my throat. I choked and spluttered and tried to talk. I began saying something about not having any more silver pitchers, but that I would make it up to them afterward if they would only give me something to eat. But the housewife interrupted me. "Why, you poor man," she said. "Haven't you heard? The strike was called off this afternoon. Of course we'll give you something to eat." She bustled around, opening a tin of breakfast bacon and preparing to fry it. "Let me have some now, please," I begged, and I ate the raw bacon on a slice of bread, while her husband explained that the demands of the ILW had been granted. The wires had been opened up in the early afternoon, and everywhere the employers' associations had given in. There hadn't been any employers left in San Francisco, but General Folsom had spoken for them. The trains and steamers would start running in the morning, and so would everything else, just as soon as the system could be established. And that was the end of the general strike. I never want to see another one. It was worse than a war. A general strike is a cruel and immoral thing, and the brain of man should be capable of running industry in a more rational way. Harrison is still my chauffeur. It was part of the conditions of the ILW that all of its members should be reinstated in their old positions. Brown never came back, but the rest of the servants are with me. I hadn't the heart to discharge them. Poor creatures, they were pretty hard pressed when they deserted with the food and silver, and now I can't discharge them. They have all been unionized by the ILW. The tyranny of organized labor is getting beyond human endurance. Something must be done. End of Section 10, The Dream of Debs, Part 2. Recorded by Jason Gerber.
Section 11 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Link Wilfley. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. Section 11, The Sea Farmer, Part 1. "That will be the doctor's lunch," said Captain McElrath. The pilot grunted, while the skipper swept on with his glass from the launch to the strip of beach and to Kingston beyond, and then slowly across the entrance to Howth Head on the northern side. "The tide's right, and we'll have you docked in 2 hours," the pilot vouchsafed with an effort at cheeriness. "Rings End Basin, is it?" This time the skipper grunted. "Aye, dirty Dublin day." Again the skipper grunted. He was weary with the night of wind in the Irish Channel behind him, the unbroken hours of which he had spent on the bridge, and he was weary with all the voyage behind him, 2 years and 4 months between home port and home port, 850 days by his log. "Proper winter weather," he answered after a silence. "The town is indistinct. It will be raining and guyed 'arty for the day." Captain McElrath was a small man, just comfortably able to peep over the canvas dodger of the bridge. The pilot and third officer loomed above him, as did the man at the wheel, a bulky German deserted from a warship whom he had signed on in Rangoon. But his lack of inches made Captain McElrath a no less able man. At least so the company reckoned, and so would he have reckoned could he have had access to the carefully and minutely compiled record of him filed away in the office archives. But the company had never given him a hint of its faith in him. It was not the way of the company, for the company went on the principle of never allowing an employee to think himself indispensable or even exceedingly useful. Wherefore, while quick to censure, it never praised. What was Captain McElrath anyway, save a skipper, one skipper of the 80-odd skippers that commanded the company's 80-odd freighters on all the highways and byways of the sea? Beneath them, on the main deck, 2 Chinese stokers were carrying breakfast forward across the rusty iron plates that told their own grim story of weight and wash of sea. A sailor was taking down the lifeline that stretched from the forecastle, past the hatches and cargo winches, to the bridge deck ladder. "A rough voyage," suggested the pilot. "Aye, she was fair smoking at times, but not that I minded that so much as losing of time. I hate like anything to lose time." So saying, Captain McElrath turned and glanced aft, aloft, and alow, and the pilot, following his gaze, saw the mute but convincing explanation of that loss of time. The smokestack, buff-colored underneath, was white with salt, while the whistle pipe glittered crystalline in the random sunlight that broke for the instant through a cloud rift. The port lifeboat was missing, its iron davits twisted and wrenched, testifying to the mightiness of the blow that had been struck the old Triopsic. The starboard davits were also empty. The shattered wreck of the lifeboat they had held lay on the fidlay beside the smashed engine-room skylight, which was covered by a tarpaulin. Below, to starboard, on the bridge deck, the pilot saw the crushed mess-room door, roughly bulkheaded against the pounding seas. Abreast of it, on the smokestack guys and being taken down by the boatswain and a sailor, hung the huge square of rope netting which had failed to break those seas of their force. "Twice afore I mentioned that door to the owners," said Captain McElrath, "but they said it would do. There was big seas that time. They was incredible big, and that biggest one did the damage. It fair carried away the door and laid out flat on the mess table and smashed out the chief's room. He was a bit sore about it." "It must have been a big un," the pilot remarked sympathetically. "Aye, it was that. Things was lively for a bit. It finished the mate. He was on the bridge with me, and I told him to go on and take a look at the wedges o' number 1 hatch. She was taking water freely, and I was no sure of number 1. I dunno like the look of it, and I was figuring maybe to heave to tow the morn when she took it over abaft the bridge. My word, she was a big one, We got a bit of it ourselves on the bridge. I dinna miss the mate of the first. I were routing and chips and bulking head that door and stretching the tarpaulin over the skylight. Then he was nowhere to be found. The man at the wheel said had seen him going down the ladder just before she hit us. We looked forward. We looked to his room. Aye, looked to the engine room. And then we looked aft on the lower deck, and there he was, on both sides the cover to the steam pipe running to the after winches. The pilot ejaculated an oath of amazement and horror. Aye, the skipper went on warily, on both sides the steam pipe it was. I tell you, he was in two pieces, split clean as an herring. The sea must have caught him on the upper bridge deck, carried him clean across the fiddle, and banged him head on to the pipe cover. It sheared through him like so much butter, down atween the eyes and along the middle of him, so that one leg and arm was fast to the one piece of him, and one leg and arm fast to the other piece of him. I tell you, it was fair gruesome. We put him together and rolled him in canvas as we pulled him out. The pilot swore again. Oh, it wasn't anything to great about, Captain McIlrath assured him. 'Twas a geld ruddance. He was no sailor, that mate fella. He was only fit for a pugsy, and a damn poor apology for that same. It is said that there are three kinds of Irish: Catholic, Protestant, and North of Ireland, and that the North of Ireland Irishman is a transplanted Scotchman. Captain McIlrath was a North of Ireland man, and talking for much of the world like a Scotchman, nothing aroused his ear quicker than being mistaken for a Scotchman. Irish he stoutly was, and Irish he stoutly abided, though it was with a faint lip lift of scorn that he mentioned mere south of Ireland men, or even Orangemen. Himself he was Presbyterian, while in his own community 5 men were all that ever mustered at a meeting in the Orangemen's Hall. His community was the Island McGill, where 7,000 of his kind lived in such amity and sobriety that in the whole island there was but one policeman and never a public house at all. Captain McIlrath did not like the sea, and had never liked it. He wrung his livelihood from it, and that was all the sea was, the place where he worked, as the mill, the shop, and the counting-house were the places where other men worked. Romance never sang to him her siren songs, and adventure had never shouted in his sluggish blood. He lacked imaginations. The wonders of the deep were without significance to him. Tornadoes, hurricanes, waterspouts, and tidal waves were so many obstacles to the way of a ship on the sea, and of a master on the bridge. They were that to him, and nothing more. He had seen, and yet not seen, the many marvels and wonders of far-off lands. Under his eyelids burned the brazen glories of the tropic seas, or ached the bitter gales of the northern Atlantic or far south Pacific, but his memory of them was of mess-room doors stove in, of decks awash and hatches threatened, of undue coal consumption, of long passages, and of fresh paintwork spoiled by unexpected squalls of rain. "I know my business," was the way he often put it. And beyond his business was all that he did not know, all that he had seen with the mortal eyes of him, and yet that he had never dreamed existed. That he knew his business, his owners were convinced, or at 40 he would not have held the command of the Triapsic, 3,000 tons net register, with a cargo capacity of 9,000 tons and valued at 50,000 pounds. He had taken up seafaring through no love of it, but because it had been his destiny, because he had been the second son of his father instead of the first. Island McGill was only so large, and the land could support but a certain definite proportion of those that dwelt upon it. The balance, and a large balance it was driven to the sea to seek its bread. It had been so for generations. The eldest sons took the farms from their fathers. To the other sons remained the sea and its salt ploughing. So it was that Donald McElrath, father's son and farm boy himself, had shifted from the soil he loved to the sea he hated, and which it was his destiny to farm. And farmed it he had, for 20 years, shrewd, cool-headed, sober, industrious, and thrifty, rising from ship's boy and forecastle, hand to mate, and master of sailing ships, and thence into steam, second officer, first, and master, from a small command to larger, and at last to the bridge of the old Triapsic. Old, to be sure, but worth her 50,000 pounds, and still able to bear up in all seas, and weather her 9,000 tons of freight. From the bridge of the Triapsic, the high place he had gained in the competition of men, he stared at Dublin harbour opening out, at the town obscured by the dark sky of the dreary wind-driven day, and at the tangled tracery of spars and rigging of the harbour shipping. Back from twice around the world he was, and from interminable junketings up and down on far stretches, home-coming to the wife he had not seen in 28 months, and to the child he had never seen, and that was already walking and talking. He saw the watch below of stokers and trimmers bobbing out of the forecastle doors like rabbits from a warren, and making their way aft over the rusty deck to the mustering of the port doctor. They were Chinese, with expressionless sphinx-like faces, and they walked in peculiar shambling fashion, dragging their feet as if the clumsy brogans were too heavy for their lean shanks. He saw them, and he did not see them, as he passed his hand beneath his visored cap and scratched reflectively his mop of sandy hair. For the scene before him was but the background in his brain for the vision of peace that was his, a vision that was his often during long nights on the bridge when the old Triapsic wallowed on the vexed ocean floor, her decks awash, her rigging thrumming in the gale gusts or snow squalls or driving tropic rain. And the vision he saw was of farm and farmhouse and straw-thatched outbuildings, of children playing in the sun, and the good wife at the door, of lowing kine, and clucking fowls, and the stamp of horses in the stable, of his father's farm next to him, with, beyond, the woodless rolling land and the hedged fields, neatly and orderly, extending to the crest of the smooth, soft hills. It was his vision and his dream, his romance and adventure, the goal of all his effort, the high reward for the salt ploughing and the long, long furrows he ran up and down the whole world around in his farming of the sea. In simple taste and homely inclination, this much-travelled man was more simple and homely than the veriest yokel. 71 years his father was, and had never slept a night out of his own bed in his own house on Island McGill. That was the life ideal, so Captain McElrath considered, and he was prone to marvel that any man, not under compulsion, should leave a farm to go to sea. To this much-travelled man, the whole world was as familiar as the village to the cobbler sitting in his shop. To Captain McElrath, the world was a village. In his mind's eye he saw its streets 1,000 leagues long, aye, and longer, turnings that doubled earth's stormiest headlands, or were the way to quiet inland ponds, crossroads, taken one way that led to flower lands and summer seas, and that led the other way to bitter, ceaseless gales and the perilous bergs of the great west wind drift. And the cities, bright with lights, were as shops on these long streets, shops where business was transacted, where bunkers were replenished, cargoes taken or shifted, and orders received from the owners in London town to go elsewhere and beyond, ever along the long sea lanes, seeking new cargoes here carrying new cargoes there, running freights wherever shillings and pence beckoned and underwriters did not forbid. But it was all a weariness to contemplate, and, save that he wrung from its bread, it was without profit under the sun. The last goodbye to the wife had been at Cardiff, 28 months before, when he sailed for Valparaiso with coals, 9,000 tons, and down to his marks. From Valparaiso he had gone to Australia, light, a matter of 6,000 miles on end, with a stormy passage and running short of bunker coal. Coals again to Oregon, 7,000 miles, and nigh as many more with general cargo for Japan and China. Thence to Java, loading sugar for Marseille, and back along the Mediterranean to the Black Sea, and on to Baltimore, down her marks with chrome ore, buffeted by hurricanes, short again of bumper coal, and calling at Bermuda to replenish. Then a time charter, North Fork, Virginia, loading mysterious contraband coal and sailing for South Africa under orders of the mysterious German supercargo put on board by the charterers. On to Madagascar, steaming 4 knots by the supercargo's orders, and the suspicion forming that the Russian fleet might want the coal. Confusion and delays, long waits at sea, international complications, the whole world excited over the old Triapsic and her cargo of contraband, and then on to Japan and the naval port of Sasebo, back to Australia, another time charter and general merchandise picked up at Sydney, Melbourne, and Adelaide, and carried on to Mauritius, Lourenço, Marques, Durban, Algoa Bay, and Cape Town. To Ceylon for orders, and from Ceylon to Rangoon to load rice for Rio Janeiro, thence to Buenos Aires, and loading maize for the United Kingdom or the continent, stopping at St. Vincent to receive orders to proceed to Dublin. 2 years and 4 months, 850 days by the log, steaming up and down the 1,000-league-long sea lanes and back again to Dublin town. And he was well aweary. A little tug had laid hold of the Triapsic, and with clang and clatter and shouted command, with engines half ahead, slow speed, and half astern, the battered old sea tramp was nudged and nosed and shouldered through the dock gates into Rings End Basin. Lines were flung ashore, fore and aft, and a midship spring got out. Already a small group of the happy shore-staying folk had clustered on the dock. "Rang off!" Captain McElrath commanded in his slow, thick voice, and the third officer worked the lever of the engine-room telegraph. "Gangway out!" called the second officer, and when this was accomplished, "That will do!" It was the last task of all, gangway out. That will do was the dismissal. The voyage was ended, and the crew shambled eagerly forward across the rusty decks to where their sea bags were packed and ready for the shore. The taste of the land was strong in the men's mouths, and strong it was in the skipper's mouth as he muttered a gruff good day to the departing pilot, and himself went down to his cabin. Up the gangway were trooping the customs officers, the surveyor, the agent's clerk, and the stevedores. Quick work disposed of these, and cleared his cabin, the agent waiting to take him to the office. "Did you send word to the wife?" had been his greeting to the clerk. "Yes, a telegram as soon as you reported." "She'll likely be coming down on the morning train," the skipper soliloquized, and gone inside to change his clothes and wash. He took a last glance about the room and at 2 photographs on the wall, one of the wife, the other of an infant, the child he had never seen. He stepped out into the cabin with its paneled walls of cedar and maple, and with its long table that seated 10, and at which he had eaten by himself through all the weary time. No laughter and clatter and wordy argument of the mess room had been his. He had eaten silently, almost morosely, his silence emulated by the noiseless Asiatic who had served him. It came to him suddenly, the overwhelming realization of the loneliness of those 2 years and more. All his vexations and anxieties had been his own. He had shared them with no one. His 2 young officers were too young and flighty, the mate too stupid. There was no consulting with them. One tenant had shared the cabin with him, that tenant his responsibility. They had dined and supped together, walked the bridge together, and together they had bedded. "Ouch!" he muttered to that grim companion. "I'm quit of you, and well and quit, for we—" Ashore he passed the last of the seamen with their bags, and at the agents, with the usual delays, put through his ship business. When asked out by them to drink, he took milk and soda. "I'm no teetotaler," he explained, "but for the life of me I cannot buy bear whisky." In the early afternoon, when he finished paying off his crew, he hurried to the private office where he had been told his wife was waiting. His eyes were for her first, though the temptation was great to have more than a hurried glimpse of the child in the chair beside her. He held her off from him after the long embrace, and looked into her face long and steadily, drinking in every feature of it, and wondering that he could mark no changes of time. A warm man, his wife thought of him, though had the opinion of his officers been asked it would have been a harsh man and a bitter one. "Well, Anna, how is it with ya?" he queried, and drew her to him again. And again he held her away from him, his wife of 10 years, and of whom he knew so little. She was almost a stranger, more a stranger than his Chinese steward, and certainly far more a stranger than his own officers, who he had seen every day, day and day, for 850 days. Married 10 years, and in that time he had been with her 9 weeks, scarcely a honeymoon. Each time home had been getting acquainted again with her. It was the fate of the men who went out to the salt plowing. Little they knew of their wives, and less of their children. There was his chief engineer, old, nearsighted Macpherson, who told the story of returning home to be locked out of his house by his 4-year-old Kitty that never had laid eyes on him before. "And this will be the laddie," the skipper said, reaching out a hesitant hand to the child's cheek. But the boy drew away from him, sheltering against his mother's side. "Ouch!" she cried, "and he doesn't know his own father." "Nor I am. Heaven knows I could have not picked him out of a crowd. Now he'll be having your nose, I'm thinking." "And your own eyes, Donald. Look at him. He's your own father, laddie. Kiss him like the little man you are." But the child drew closer to her, his expression of fear and distrust growing stronger, and when the father attempted to take him in his arms, he threatened to cry. The skipper straightened up, and to conceal the pang at his heart, he drew out his watch and looked at it. "It's time to go, Anna," he said. "That train'll be starting." End of section 11. Recording by Link Wilfley. Section 12 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Link Wilfley. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. The Sea Farmer, Part 2. He was silent on the train at first, divided between watching the wife with the child going to sleep in her arms, and looking out of the window at the tilled fields and green, unforested hills, vague and indistinct in the driving drizzle that had set in. They had the compartment to themselves. When the boy slept, she laid him out on the seat and wrapped him warmly. and when the health of relatives and friends had been inquired after, and the gossip of Island McGill narrated, along with the weather and the price of land and crops, there was little left to talk about save themselves, and Captain McElrath took up the tale brought home for the good wife from all his world's end wandering. But it was not a tale of marvels, he told, nor of beautiful flower lands, nor mysterious eastern cities.
"What like is Java?"
she asked once. "Full of fever. Half the crew down with it and little work. It was keening and keening the whole blessed time. Each morning 'twas keening and gin for all hands on an empty stomach. And there was no sick made it out to be having it as bad as the rest." Another time she asked about Newcastle. "Coals and coal dust, that's all. Not a nice city. I lost 2 chinks there, stokers the both of 'em. And the owners paid a fine to the government of £100 each for 'em. 'We regret to note,' they wrote me, I got the letter till Oregon, 'we regret to note the loss of 2 Chinese members of your crew at Newcastle, and we recommend greater carefulness in the future.' Greater carefulness, yeah. And I could have been no more careful. The chinks had £35 each coming to them wages, and I was now thanking 'em they'd run. But that's their way. We regret to note, we beg to advise, we recommend, we cannot understand, and the like of that damned cargo tank. And they would think I could drive her like a Luciana and without burning coals. There was that propeller. I was after them a good while for it. The old one was iron, thick on its edges, and we couldn't make our speed. And the new one was bronze. £900 it cost. And then they're wanting their returns at it. And me with a bawd passage and loss in time every day. We regret to note your long passage from Valparaiso till Sydney with an average daily run of only 167. We had expected better results with a new propeller. You should have made an average daily run of 216. And me on a winter passage, blowing a loving gale half the time, with hurricane force in a between whiles, and halved to 6 days, with engines stopped and bunker coal running short, and me with a mate that stupid he could not pass a ship's light at night without me calling me at a bridge. I wrote and told him so. And then, our nautical advisor suggests you keep too far south, and we're looking for better results from that propeller. Nautical advisor, shore pilot. Yeah, it was the regular latitude for the winter passage from Valparaiso to Sydney. And when I come into Auckland, short of coal, after letting her drift 6 days with fires out to save the coal, and with only 20 tons in my bunkers, I was thinking of lossing the time and the expense, and to save the owners I took her and out with all pilotage. Pilotage was now compulsory. And on Yokohama, who should I meet but Captain Robinson or the Diopsic? He got a talking about parts and places down Australia way, and first thing he says, "Speaking of Auckland, of course, Captain, you was never in Auckland." "Yes," I says. "I wasn't there very recent." "Oh, no," he says, very angry like. "So you was the smart aleck that fetched me that letter from the owners." "We note item on £15 for pilotage at Auckland. A ship of ours was into Auckland recently and incurred no such charge. We beg to advise you that we consider this pilotage an unnecessary expense which should be no incurred in the future." But did they say a word to me for the £15 I saved to 'em? Not a word. They send a letter to Captain Robinson for no saving them the £15, and to me, "We now try to have 2 guineas doctor fee in Auckland for crew. Please explain this unusual expenditure." It was 2 of the chinks. I was thinking they had berry, and that was why I sent him for the doctor.
I buried the two of 'em at sea not a week later. But it was, "Please explain this unusual expenditure to Captain Robinson. We beg to advise that we consider this pilotage an unnecessary expense." Dunno, I cabled him from Newcastle, telling the old tank was that foul she needed dry dock. 7 months out of dry dock, and the West Coast, the quickest place for fouling in the world. But freights was up, and they had a charter of coals for Portland. The Arata, one of the Wuro line, left port the same day as us, bound for Portland, and the old Triopsic making 6 knots, 7 at the best. And it was out Comox, taking in bunker coal. I got the letter from the owners. The boss himself had signed it, and at the bottom he wrote in this his own hand, "The Arata beat you by 4.5 days. I'm disappointed. Disappointed." When I had cabled them from Newcastle, when she dry docked at Portland, there was whiskers on her foot-long, barnacles the size of my fist, oysters like young sauce plates. It took 'em 2 days afterwards to clean the dock of shells and muck. And there was the matter of them fire bars at Newcastle. The firm ashore made them heavier than the engineer's specifications, and then forgot to charge for the difference. At the last moment, with me ashore getting me clearance, they come with the bill to err on 5 bars, £6. They'd been to the ship, and Macpherson had okayed it. I said it was strange it would not pay. "Then you're not doubting the chief engineer?" says they. "I'm not doubting," says I, "but I cannot see my way to sign. Come with me to the ship. The launch will cost you naught, and it'll all bring you back, and we'll see what Macpherson says." But they would not come. At Portland I got the bare new letter. I took no notice. At Hong Kong I got a letter from the owners. The bill had me sent to them. I wrote them from Java explaining. At Marseille the owners wrote me, "Till extra work and engine room £6. The engineer has okayed it, and you have not okayed it. Are you doubting the engineer's honesty?" I wrote and told him I was no doubting his honesty, that the bill was for extra weight of 5 bars and that it was okay. And did they pay? No, they no did. They must investigate. And some clerk in the office took sick and the bill was lost. And there was more letters. I got letters from the owners and the firm. 2 4 hours on 5 bars, £6 at Baltimore, at Delagio Bay, at Moji, at Rangoon, at Rio, Montevideo. Yeah, it is no settled yet, I tell you, Annie. The owners are hard to please. He communed with himself for a moment, and then muttered indignantly, "Tell err on 5 bars, £6. "Have you heard of Jamie?" his wife asked in a pause. Captain McIlrath shook his head. "He was washed off the poop with 3 seamen." "Whereabouts?" "Off the Horn. 'Twas on the Thurnsby." "They would be running homeward bound." "Aye," she nodded. "We only got word 3 days gone. His wife is grieving like till die." "A good lad, Jamie," he commented, "but a stiff one at carrying on. I mind me when he was mates together on the Albion. Ah, and so Jamie's gone." Again a pause fell, to be broken by the wife. "And you will know a heard o' the Bankshire. MacDougall lost her in Magellan Straits. 'Twas only yesterday 'twas in the paper." "Ah, cruel place, them Magellan Straits," he said. "Dunno that damn mate fellow that put me ashore twice on the passage through. He was an idiot, a lunatic. I would have had him on the bridge a minute. Come on to Norrow Reach, thick weather, with snow squalls, me in the chat room. Do you know what I gave him to change cars? South-east by east, I told him. South-east by east, sir, he says. 15 minutes after I comes onto the bridge. Funny, says that mate fella. I'm not remembering any islands on the mouth of Norrow Reach. I tongue Wilton look at the islands and yells, "Put your wheel hard a starboard, to the minute in the wheel." And you should have seen the old Triopsic turning, the shortest circle she ever turned. I waited for the snow to clear, and there was Narrow Reach,
nice as you please, to the east'ard and the islands in the mouth of False Bay to the south'ard. What course was you steering? I says to the tall man at the wheel. South by east, sir, he says. I looked to the mate fella. What could I say? I was that wrath I could have killed him. 4 points difference. 5 minutes more and the old triopsic would have been finished. And was it no the same when we cleared the straits to the east'ard? 4 hours would have seen us gaiden and clear. I was 40 hours then on the bridge. I gave the mate his course and the bearing of the Ascar light astern. Don't let her bear more to north than west by north, I said to him, and he'll be all right. And I went below and turned in, but I couldn't sleep for worrying. After 40 hours on the bridge, that was 4 more hours, I thought. And for them 4 hours, well, you be letting the mate loss over on you. No, I says to myself, and with that I got up, holding a wash and a cup of tea, and went to the bridge. I turned one look at the bearing of Oscar light. 'Twas nor'west by west, and the old triopsic down on the shoals. He was an idiot, that mate fella. You could look overside and see the discoloration of the water. 'Twas a close call for the old triopsic, I'm telling you. Twice in 30 hours he'd have had her ashore if it had not been for me. Captain McElrath fell to gazing at the sleeping child with wild wonder in his small blue eyes, and his wife sought to divert him from his woes. "You remember Jimmy McCall?" she asked. "You went to school with us 2 boys. Oh, Jimmy McCall, that has the farm beyond Dr. Hathorn's place." "Oh, aye. And what of him? Is he dead?" "No, but he was asking after your father, when he sailed last time for Valparaiso, if he'd been there before. And your father says no. Then Jimmy says, and how will he be a-knowing to find his way? And with that your father says, very simple it is, Jimmy. Suppose you was going to the mainland to a man who you loved in Belfast. Belfast is a big city, Jimmy. And how would you be finding your way? By way o' me tongue, says Jimmy. I'd be asking the folk I met. I told you it was simple, says your father. It's the very same way my Donald finds the road to Valparaiso. He asks every ship he meets upon the sea, till at last he meets up with a ship that's been to Valparaiso, and the captain o' that ship tells him the way. And Jimmy scratches his head and says he understands, and that it's a very simple matter after all. The skipper chuckled at the joke, and his tired blue eyes were merry for the moment. Aye, he was a thin chap, that mate fella, as then Oz and you'd put together, he remarked after a time, a slight twinkle in his eye of appreciation of the bowl. But the twinkle quickly disappeared, and the blue eyes took a bleak and wintry look. What did he do at Valparaiso but land 600 fathom of chain cable, and take never a receipt from the lighterman? I was getting me clearance at the time, and when we got to Seoul I found him he had no receipt for the cable. And you no take a receipt for it? Says I. No, says he. Wasn't it going direct to the agents? How long you been going to sea? Says I. Not to be knowing the mate's duty is to deliver no cargo without receipt for same. And on the west coast at that, it's to stop the lighterman from stealing a few links of it. And it come out, as I said, 600 went over the side, but 495 was all the agents received. The lighterman swore it was all he received from the mate, 495 fathom. I got a letter from the owners at Portland. They no blame the mate for it, but me, and me ashore at the time on ship's business. I could not be in 2 places at one time, and the letters from the owners and the agents are still coming to me. That mate fellow was now a proper sailor, and no a man to work for owners.
Dunno what to break me with the bird of trade for being below my marks. He said as much to the boss'n, and he told me to my face homeward bound that I'd half an inch under my marks. 'Twas at Portland loading cargo and fresh water and going to Comox to load bunker coal and salt water. I tell you, Annie, it takes close figuring, and I was half an inch under the load line when the bunker of coal was in. But I'm no telling anybody but you, and that mate fellow intending to report me to the Board of Trade, only for that he saw a full tail be sliced in 2 pieces on the steam pipe cover. Yeah, he was a fool. After loading at Portland, I had to take on 60 tons of coal to last me till Comox. The charges for littering was heavy, and no room in the coal dock. A French barque was laying alongside the dock, and I spoke to the captain, asking him if he'd charge when work for the day was done, to haul clear for a couple of hours and let me in. $20, says he. It was saving money on lighters to the owner, and I gave it to him. And that night after dark I hauled and took on the coal. Then I started to go out and stream and drop anchor, under me own steam, of course. We had to go out first stern, and something went wrong with the reversing gear. Old Macpherson said he could work it beyond by hand, but very slow it went. And I says, well, all right. We started. The pilot was on board. The tide was ebbing stuffily, and right abreast and a bit below was a ship a-lying with a lighter on each side. I saw the ship's riding lights, but never a light on the lighters. It was close quarters to shift a big vessel under steam, with Macpherson working the reversing gear behind. We had it come close down upon the ship before I could go ahead and clear of the ships at the dock ends, and we struck the lighter stern on, just as I rung to Macpherson half ahead. What was that? Says the pilot when we struck the lighter. I dunno, says I, and I'm wondering. The pilot was no keen, you see, to this his job. I went on to guide and drop anchor, and it would have been all well but that damned idiot mate. We smashed that lighter, says he, coming up the ladder bridge. And the pilot standing there with his ears cocked till here. What lighter, says I. That lighter along the ship, says the mate. I don't see no lighter, says I. And with that I steps, and's fit guiding the herd. After the pilot was gone, I says to the mate, if you don't know anything, old man, for heaven's sake keep your mouth shut. But you did smash that lighter, didn't you? Says he. If we did, says I, it's no your business to be telling the pilot, though mind ye, I'm no admitting there was only lighter. And next morning, just as I'm dressing, the steward says, I'm on to see you here, sir. Fetch him, says I. And in he come. Sit down, says I. And he sat down. He was the owner of the lighter, and when he told me the story, I says, I do not see only lighter. What, man? Says he. You not see a 200-ton lighter big as a house alongside that ship? I was going by the ship's light, says I, and I do not touch the ship, that I know. But you did touch the lighter, says he. You smashed her. There's $1,000 damage done, and I'll see you pay for it. Look here, mister, says I. When I'm shifting a ship at night, I follow the law, and the law distinctly says I must regulate me actions by the lights of the shipping. Your lighter never had no riding light, nor did I took for only lighter without lights to show it. The mate says, he begins. Down the mate, says I. Did your lighter have a riding light? No, it did not, says he. But it was a clear night with the moon showing. You seem to know your business, says I. But let me tell you that I know my business as well, and that I know looking for lighters without lights. And if you think you've got a case, go ahead. The steward will show you out. Good day. And that was the end of it. But it will show you what a poor fellow that mate was. I call it a blessing for all masters that he was sliced into on that steam pipe cover. He had a pull in the office, and that was why he was kept on. The weekly farm will soon be for sale, so the agents will be telling me, his wife remarked, slyly watching what effect her announcement would have upon him.
His eyes flashed eagerly on the instant, and he straightened up as might a man about to engage in some agreeable task. It was the farm of his vision, adjoining his father's, and her own people farmed not a mile away. "Aye, we will be buying it," he said, "though we will be no telling a soul if it's onto and bought and the money paid down. I'm saving considerable these days, though pickings is not what they used to be, and we have a tidy nest egg laid by. I will see the father and have the money ready till his hand, so if I'm at sea he can buy whenever the land offers." He rubbed the frosted moisture from the inside of the window and peered out at the pouring rain, through which he could discern nothing. "When I was a young man, I used to be afraid that owners would give me the sack. Still afraid I am of the sack. But once that farm is mine, I will be no afraid any longer. It's a pure job to sea farming, me managing all seas and weather and perils, all the deep of shop worth £50,000, with cargoes at times worth 50,000 more, £100,000, $500,000, as a Yankee says, and me with all the responsibility, getting a screw £20 a month. What man ashore managing a business worth £100,000 would be getting as small a screw at £20? And with such masters as a captain serves, the owners, the underwriters, and the board of trade, all pulling and wanting different things. The owners wanting quick passages and down the risk, and underwriters wanting safe passages and down the delay, and the board of trade wanting passages and cash and always main and delay. 3 different masters, and all 3 will be willing to break if you don't serve them different wishes. He felt the train slackening speed, and peered again through the misty window. He stood up, buttoned his overcoat, turned up the collar, and awkwardly gathered the child still asleep in his arms. "Aye, I will see the father," he said. "I'll have the money ready to his hand, so if I'm at sea when the land offers, he will miss no chance to buy. And the owners can give me the sack as soon as they like. It'll be all nighting, and I'll be with you, Annie, and the sea can go to hell." Happiness was in both their faces at the prospect, and for a moment both saw the same vision of peace. Annie leaned toward him, and as the train stopped, they kissed each other across the sleeping child. End of Section 12. Recording by Link Willfully.
Section 13 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibraryVox recording. All LibraryVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibraryVox.org. Recording by R.W. Raptor. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. Samuel, Part 1. Samuel. Margaret Hennon would have been a striking figure under any circumstances, but never more so than when I first chanced upon her, a sack of grain of fully 100 weight on her shoulder, as she walked with sure though tottering stride from the cart tail to the stable, pausing for an instant to gather strength at the foot of the steep steps that led to the grain bin. There were 4 of these steps, and she went up them, a step at a time, slowly, unwaveringly, and with so dogged certitude that it never entered my mind that her strength could fail her, and let that 100-weight sack fall from the lean and withered frame that well-nigh doubled under it. For she was a patently old woman, and it was her age that made me linger by the cart and watch. 6 times she went between the cart and the stable, each time with the full sack on her back, and beyond passing the time of day with me she took no notice of my presence. Then, the cart empty, she fumbled for matches and lighted a short clay pipe, pressing down the burning surface of the tobacco with a calloused and apparently nerveless thumb. The hands were noteworthy. They were large-knuckled, sinewy, and malformed by labour, rimed with calluses, the nails blunt and broken, and with here and there cuts and bruises, healed and healing, such as are common to the hands of hard-working men. On the back, with huge, upstanding veins, eloquent of age and toil. Looking at them, it was hard to believe that they were the hands of the woman who had once been the belle of Island McGill. This last, of course, I learned later. At the time I knew neither her history nor her identity. She wore heavy man's brogans, her legs were stockingless, and I had noticed when she walked that her bare feet were thrust into the crinkly, iron-like shoes that sloshed around her lean ankles at every step. Her figure, shapeless and waistless, was garbed in a rough man's shirt and in a ragged flannel petticoat that had once been red. But it was her face, wrinkled, withered, and weather-beaten, surrounded by an aureole of unkempt and straggling wisps of greyish hair, that caught and held me. Neither drifted hair nor serried wrinkles could hide the splendid dome of her forehead, high and broad without verging in the slightest on the abnormal. The sunken cheeks and pinched nose told little of the quality of the life that flickered behind those clear blue eyes of hers. Despite the minutiae of wrinkle-work that somehow failed to weazen them, her eyes were clear as a girl's, clear, outlooking and far-seeing, and with an open and unblinking steadfastness of gaze that was disconcerting. The remarkable thing was the distance between them. It is a lucky man or woman who has the width of an eye between. But with Margaret Heenan, the width between her eyes was fully that of an eye and a half. Yet so symmetrically moulded was her face that this remarkable feature produced no uncanny effect, and for that matter would have escaped the casual observer's notice. The mouth, shapeless and toothless, with down-turned corners and lips dry and parchment-like, nevertheless lacked the muscular slackness so usual with age. The lips might have been those of a mummy, save for that impression of rigid firmness they gave. Not that they were atrophied. On the contrary, they seemed tense and set with a muscular and spiritual determination. There, and in the eyes, was the secret of the certitude with which he carried the heavy sacks up the steep steps, with never a false step or overbalance, and emptied them in the green bin. "You are an old woman to be working like this," I ventured. She looked at me with that strange unblinking gaze, and she thought and spoke with the slow deliberateness that characterized everything about her, as if well aware of an eternity that was hers and in which there was no need for haste. Again I was impressed by the enormous certitude of her. In this eternity that seemed so indubitably hers, there was time and to spare for safe footing and stable equilibrium, for certitude, in short. No more in her spiritual life than in the carrying the 100 weights of grain was there a possibility of a misstep or an overbalancing. The feeling produced in me was uncanny. Here was a human soul that, save for the most glimmering of contacts, was beyond the humanness of me. And the more I learned of Margaret Heenan in the weeks that followed, the more mysteriously remote she became. She was as alien as a far journeyer from some other star, and no hint could she nor all the countryside give me of what forms of living, what heats of feeling, or ruse of philosophic contemplation actuated her in all that she had been and was. "I will be 72 come good a Friday a fortnight," she said in reply to my question. "But you're an old woman to be doing this man's work, and a strong man's work at that," I insisted. Again she seemed to immerse herself in the atmosphere of contemplative eternity, and so strangely did it affect me that I should not have been surprised to have awaked a century or so later and found her just beginning to enunciate her reply. "The work has still to be done, and I am beholden to no one." "But have you no children, no family, relations?" "Oh, aye, a plenty of them, but they'd see no foot till be helping me." She drew out her pipe for a moment, then added with a nod of her head toward the house, "I live with myself." I glanced at the house, straw-thatched and commodious, at the large stable, and at the large array of fields I knew must belong with the place. "It is a big bit of land for you to farm by yourself." "Oh, hey, a bug but 70 acres. It kept me old man busy, along with the son and I had mon. 'Twill say nought o' extra hands and the harvest and a maid-servant and the house. She clambered into the cart, gathered the reins in her hands, and quizzed me with her keen, shrewd eyes. "Belike ye hail from over the water, Ameriky, I'm meanin'?" "Yes, I'm a Yankee," I answered. "You will not be finding Money Island McGill folk stopping in Ameriky?" "No, I don't remember ever meeting one in the States." She nodded her head. "They're home-loving buddies, though I will not be saying they are not fair-travelled. Yet they come home or they're lost. Them others are no lost at sea or cult by favours and such like in foreign parts." "Then your sons will have gone to sea and come home again?" I queried. "Oh, aye, all saving Samuel, as was drowned." At the mention of Samuel, I could have sworn to a strange light in her eyes, and it seemed to me as by some telepathic flash that I divined in her a tremendous wistfulness, an immense yearning. It seemed to me that here was the key to her inscrutableness, the clue that if followed properly would make all her strangeness plain. It came to me that here was a contact, and that for the moment I was glimpsing into the soul of her. The question was tickling on my tongue, but she forestalled me. She ticked the horse, and with a "Ye do tell you, sir," drove off. A simple, homely people are the folk of Island McGill, and I doubt if a more sober, thrifty, and industrial folk is to be found in all the world. Meeting them abroad, and to meet them abroad one must meet them on the sea, for a high-bred seafaring and farmer breed are they, one would never take them to be Irish. Irish they claim to be, speaking of the north of Ireland with pride and sneering at their Scottish brothers. Yet Scotch they undoubtedly are. Transplanted Scotch of long ago, it is true, but none the less Scotch, with 1,000 traits to say, nothing of their tricks of speech and woolly utterance, which nothing less than their Scotch clannishness could have preserved to this late day. A narrow loch, scarcely half a mile wide, separates Island McGill from the mainland of Ireland, and once across this loch one finds himself in an entirely different country. The Scotch impression is strong, and the people to commence with are Presbyterians. When it is considered that there is no public house in all the island, and that 7,000 souls dwell therein, some idea may be gained of the temperateness of the community. Wedded to old ways, public opinion and the ministers are powerful influences, while fathers and mothers are revered and obeyed, as in few other places in this modern world. Courting lasts never later than 10 at night, and no girl walks out with her young man without her parents' knowledge and consent. The young men go down to the sea and sow their wild oats in the wicked ports, returning periodically between voyages to live the old intensive morality, to court till 10 o'clock, to sit under the minister each Sunday, and to listen at home to the same stern precepts that the elders preached to them from the time they were laddies. Much they learned of women in the ends of the earth, these seafaring sons, yet a canny wisdom was theirs, and they never brought wives home with them. The one solitary exception to this had been the schoolmaster, who had been guilty of bringing a wife from half a mile the other side of the loch. For this he had never been forgiven, and he rested under a cloud for the remainder of his days. At his death, the wife went back across the loch to her own people, and the blot on the escutcheon of Island McGill was erased. In the end, the sailor men married girls of their own homeland, and settled down to become exemplars of all the virtues for which the island was noted. Island McGill was without a history. She boasted none of the events that go to make history. There had never been any wearing of the green, any Fenian conspiracies, any land disturbances. There had been but one eviction, and that purely technical, a test case, and on advice of the tenant's lawyer, so Island McGill was without annals. History had passed her by. She paid her taxes, acknowledged her crowned rulers, and left the world alone. All she asked in return was that the world should leave her alone. The world was composed of 2 parts, Island McGill and the rest of it, and whatever was not Island McGill was outlandish and barbarian, and well she knew, for did not her seafaring sons bring home report of that world and its ungodly ways? It was from the skipper of a Glasgow tramp, as passenger from Colombo to Rangoon, that I had first learned of the existence of Island McGill. And it was from him that I had carried the letter that gave me entrance to the house of Mrs. Ross, widow of a master mariner, with a daughter living with her and with 2 sons, master mariners themselves and out upon the sea. Mrs. Ross did not take in boarders, and it was Captain Ross's letter alone that had enabled me to get from her bed and board. In the evening, after my encounter with Margaret Heenan, I questioned Mrs. Ross, and I knew on the instant that I had in truth stumbled upon mystery. Like all Island McGill folk, as I was soon to discover, Mrs. Ross was at first averse to discussing Margaret Heenan at all. Yet it was from her I learned that evening that Margaret Heenan had once been one of the island belles. Herself the daughter of a well-to-do farmer, she had married Thomas Heenan, equally well-to-do. Beyond the usual housewife's task, she had never been accustomed to work. Unlike many of the island women, she had never lent a hand in the fields. "But what of her children?" I asked. "2 of the sons, Jamie and Timothy, is married and be going to sea. That bog house close held the post office as Jamie's. The daughters that had no married be loving with them as did marry, and the rest be dead." "The Samuels," Clara interpolated, with what I suspected was a giggle. She was Mrs. Ross's daughter, a strapping young woman with handsome features and remarkably handsome black eyes. "'Tis not to be smuckering out," her mother reproved her. "The Samuels?" I intervened. "I don't understand." "Her 4 sons that died." "And were they all named Samuel?" "Aye." "Strange," I commented in the lagging silence. "Very strange," Mrs. Ross affirmed, proceeding stolidly with the knitting of the woolen singlet on her knees, one of the countless undergarments that she interminably knitted for her skipper sons. "And it was only the Samuels that died?" I queried in further attempt. "The others loved," was the answer. "A fine family, no finer on the island. No better lads ever sailed out of Island McGill. The monster held them up as models till potting after. No was ever a whisper breathed again. The girls." "But why is she left alone now in her old age?" I persisted. "Why don't her own flesh and blood look after her? Why does she live alone? Don't they ever go to see her or care for her?" "Never a one, and 20 years and more now. She fetched out on Tull herself. She drove them from the house, just as she drove old Tom Heenan, that was her husband, till his death." "Drink?" I ventured. Mrs. Ross shook her head scornfully, as if drink was a weakness beneath the weakest of Island McGill. A long pause followed, during which Mrs. Ross knitted stolidly on, only nodding permission when Clara's young man, mate on one of the Shire Line sailing ships, came to walk out with her. I studied the half-dozen ostrich eggs hanging in the corner against the wall like a cluster of some monstrous fruit. On each shell were painted precipitous and impossible seas through which full-rigged ships foamed with a lack of perspective only equalled by their sharp technical perfection. On the mantelpiece stood 2 large pearl shells, obviously a pair, intricately carved by the patient hands of New Caledonian convicts. In the centre of the mantel was a stuffed bird of paradise, while about the room were scattered gorgeous shells from the southern seas, delicate sprays of coral sprouting from barnacled pea shells and cased in glass, azygay from South Africa, stone axes from New Guinea, huge Alaskan tobacco pouches beaded with heraldic totem designs, a boomerang from Australia, divers ships in glass bottles, a cannibal kai bowl from the Marquesas, and fragile cabinets from China and the Indies and inlaid with mother-of-pearl and precious woods. I gazed at this varied trove brought home by sailor sons and pondered the mystery of Margaret Heenan, who had driven her husband to his death and had been forsaken by all her kin. It was not the drink. Then what was it? Some shocking cruelty, some amazing infidelity, or some fearful old-world peasant crime? I broached my theories, but to all Mrs. Ross shook her head. "It was not that," she said. "Margaret was a good wife and a good mother, and I doubt she would harm a fly. She brought up her familiarly God-fearing and decent-minded. Her trouble was that she took lunatic-turned-idiot." Mrs. Ross tapped significantly on her forehead to indicate a state of addlement. "But I talked with her this afternoon," I objected, "and I found her a sensible woman, remarkably bright for one of her years." "Aye, and I'm granting all that you say," she went on calmly. "But I'm not referring to that. I'm referring to her wicked-headed and vicious stubbornness. No more stubborn woman ever lived than Margaret Heenan. It was all on account of Samuel, which was the name of her youngest, and they do say her favourite brother almost died by his own hand, all through the minister's mistake and no registering the new church of Dublin. It was a lesson that the name was misfortunate. But she would no take it, and there was talk when she called her first child Samuel, that died at the croup. And with that, what does she do but call the next one Samuel? And only 3 when he fell into the tub of water and was plain cooked till death. It all come, I tell you, o' her wicked head and foolish stubbornness. For a Samuel she must have, and it was the death of the 4 of her sons. After the first, dunno her own mother go down on the dirt till her feet, a begging and pleading with her no to name her next one Samuel. But she was no Toby turned from her purpose. Margaret Heenan was always set on her ways, and never more so than on that name Samuel. She was fair lunatic on Samuel. Dunno her neighbours and all her kith and kin, saving them dot loved on that house with her, get up and walk out at the christening of the second, that was cooked. But they did, and at the very moment the monster asked what the bairn's name be, "Samuel," says she, and with that she got up and walked out and left the house. And out the door dunno her Aunt Fanny, her mother's sister, turn and say loud for all to hear, "What for will she be wanting to murder that wee thing?" The monster heard fine and didn't like it, but as he told my Larry afterward, what could he do? It was the woman's wish, and there was no law again a mother calling her child according to her wish. And there was no the 3rd Samuel. And when he was lost at sea off the Cape, dunna she break all laws of nature till have a 4th. She was 47, I'm telling you, and she had a child at 47. Thanking it, at 47, it was far scandalous. From Clara next morning I got the tale of Margaret Heenan's favourite brother, and from here and there, in the week that followed, I pieced together the tragedy of Margaret Heenan. Samuel Dundee had been the youngest of Margaret's 4 brothers, and as Clara told me, she had well nigh worshipped him. He was going to sea at the time, skipper of one of the sailing ships of the Bank Line, when he married Agnes Stewart. She was described as a slender wisp of a girl, delicately featured and with a nervous organisation of the supersensitive order. Theirs had been the first marriage in the new church, and after a 2 weeks' honeymoon, Samuel had kissed his bride goodbye and sailed in command of the Loftbunk, a big 4-masted bark. And it was because of the new church that the minister's blunder occurred. Nor was it the blunder of the minister alone, as one of the elders later explained, for it was equally the blunder of the whole presbytery of Colleen, which included 15 churches on Island McGill and the mainland. The old church, beyond repair, had been torn down and the new one built on the original foundation. Looking upon the foundation stones as similar to a ship's keel, it never entered the minister's nor the presbytery's head that the new church was legally any other than the old church. And 3 couples was married the first week in the new church, Clara said. First of all, Samuel Dundee and Agnes Hewitt. The next day, Albert Mann and Minnie Duncan. And by the weekend, Eddie Troy and Flo McIntosh. All sailormen, and on 6 weeks' time, the last of them back till the ships and one of them dreaming of the wickedness they'd been out. The imp of the perverse must have chuckled at the situation. All things favoured, the marriages had taken place in the first week of May. And it was not till 3 months later that the minister, as required by law, made his quarterly report to the civil authorities in Dublin. Promptly came back the announcement that his church had no legal existence, not been registered according to the law's demands. This was overcome by prompt registration. But the marriages were not to be so easily remedied. The 3 sailor husbands were away, and their wives, in short, were not their wives. But the monaster was no for alarming the bodies, said Clara. He kept his counsel, and bided his time waiting for the lads to be back from sea. As luck would have it, it was away across the island till a christening when Albert Mahon arrives home unexpected, his ship just docked at Dublin. It's 9 o'clock at night when the monaster, in his slippers and dressing gown, gets the news. Up he jumps and calls for a horse and saddle, and away it goes like wind for Albert Mann's. Albert has just gone to bed, and it's 1 shoe off when the minister arrives. "Come with me, the pair of you," he says breathless like. "What for me dead weary and gone to bed?" says Albert. "You be lawfully married," says the minister. Albert looks black and says, "Now, minister, you will be joking." But tell himself, as I'm heard him tell many a time, he is wondering, thought the minister should have took till whiskey at his time of life. "We be no married?" says Minnie. He shook his head. "And I'm no Mrs. Mine?" "No," says he. "You are no Mrs. Mine. You are plain Miss Duncan." "But you married us yourself," says she. "I dinna," says he. And with that he tells them the whole upshot, and Albert puts on his shoe, and they go with the minister and are married proper and lawful. And as Albert Mann says afterward, money's the time, 'tis no ever man that has 2 wedding nights in Ireland Begill. 6 months later, Eddie Troy came home and was promptly remarried. But Samuel Dundee was away on a 3 years' voyage, and his ship fell overdue. Further to complicate the situation, a baby boy, past 2 years old, was waiting for him in the arms of his wife. The months passed, and the wife grew thin with worrying. "It's not myself I'm thinking on," she is reported to have said many times, "but it's the poor father's bane. I thought I happened till Samuel, though will the barn stand." Lloyd's posted the loft bank as missing, and the owner ceased the monthly remittance of Samuel's half-pay to his wife. It was the question of the child's legitimacy that preyed on her mind, and when all hope of Samuel's return was abandoned, she drowned herself and the child in the loch. And here enters the greater tragedy. The loft bank was not lost. By a series of sea disasters and delays too interminable to relate, she had made one of those long unsighted passages such as occur once or twice in half a century. How the imp must have held both his sides! Back from the sea came Samuel, and when they broke the news to him, something else broke somewhere in his heart or head. Next morning they found him where he had tried to kill himself across the grave of his wife and child. Never in the history of Ireland McGill was there so fearful a deathbed. He spat in the minister's face and reviled him, and died blaspheming so terribly that those that tended on him did so with averted gaze and trembling hands. And in the face of all this, Margaret Heenan named her first child Samuel. End of section 13. Recording by R.W. Raptor. Section 14 of The Strength of the Strong. This is a LibraryVox recording. All LibraryVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit libraryvox.org. Recording by R.W. Raptor. The Strength of the Strong by Jack London. Samuel, Part 2. How account for the woman's stubbornness? Or was it a morbid obsession that demanded a child of hers should be named Samuel? The third child was a girl, named after herself, and the fourth was a boy again, despite the strokes of fate that had already bereft her. And despite the loss of friends and relatives, she persisted in her resolve to name the child after her brother. She was shunned at church by those who had grown up with her. Her mother, after a final appeal, left her house with the warning that if the child was so named she would never speak to her again. And though the lady lived the 30-odd years longer, she kept her word. The minister agreed to christen the child any name but Samuel, and every other minister on Island McGill refused to christen it by the name she had chosen. There was talk on the part of Margaret Heenan of going to law at the time, but in the end she carried the child to Belfast and there had it christened Samuel. And then nothing happened. The whole island was confuted. The boy grew and prospered. The schoolmaster never ceased averring that it was the brightest lad he had ever seen. Samuel had a splendid constitution, a tremendous grip on life. To everybody's amazement, he escaped the usual run of childish afflictions. Measles, whooping cough, and mumps knew him not. He was armour-clad against germs, immune to all disease. Headaches and earaches were things unknown, never so much as a boil or pimple, as one of the old bodies told me, ever marred his healthy skin. He broke school records in scholarship and athletics, and whipped every boy of his size or years on Island McGill. It was a triumph for Margaret Heenan. This paragon was hers, and it bore the cherished name. With the one exception of her mother, friends and relatives drifted back and acknowledged that they had been mistaken, though there were old crones who still abided by their opinion, who shook their heads ominously over their cups of tea. The boy was too wonderful to last. There was no escaping the curse of the name his mother had wickedly laid upon him. The young generation joined Margaret Heenan in laughing at them, but the old crones continued to shake their heads. Other children followed. Margaret Heenan's fifth was a boy, whom she called Jamie, and in rapid succession followed 3 girls, Alice, Sarah, and Nora, the boy Timothy, and 2 more girls, Florence and Katie. Katie was the last and the 11th, and Margaret Heenan at 35 ceased from her exertions. She had done well by Island McGill and the Queen. 9 healthy children were hers, all prospered. It seemed her ill luck had shot its bolt with the death of her first 2. 9 lived, and one of them was Samuel. Jamie elected to follow the sea, though it was not so much a matter of election as compulsion, for the eldest sons on Island McGill remained on the land, while all other sons went to the salt ploughing. Timothy followed Jamie, and by the time the latter got his first command, a steamer in the Bay trade out of Cardiff, Timothy was mate of a big sailing ship. Samuel, however, did not take kindly to the soil. The farmer's life had no attraction for him. His brothers went to sea, not out of desire, but because it was the only way for them to gain their bread, and he, who had no need to go, envied them when they returned from far voyages. They sat by the kitchen fire and told their bold tales of the wonderlands beyond the sea rim. Samuel became a teacher, much to his father's disgust, and even took extra certificates, going to Belfast for his examinations. When the old master retired, Samuel took over his school. Secretly, however, he studied navigation, and it was Margaret's delight when he sat by the kitchen fire and, despite their master's tickets, tangled up his brothers in the theoretics of their profession. Tom Heenan alone was outraged when Samuel, schoolteacher, gentleman, and heir to the Heenan farm, shipped to sea before the mast. Margaret had an abiding faith in her son's star, and whatever he did she was sure was for the best. Like everything else connected with his glorious personality, there had never been known so swift a rise as in the case of Samuel. Barely with 2 years' sea experience before the mast, he was taken from the forecastle and made a provisional second mate. This occurred in a fever port on the west coast, and the committee of skippers that examined him agreed that he knew more of the science of navigation than they had remembered or forgotten. 2 years later he sailed from Liverpool, mate of the Starry Grace, with both masters and extra master's tickets in his possession. And then it happened. The thing the old crones had been shaking their heads over for years. It was told me by Gavin McNabb, bosun of the Starry Grace at the time, himself an Island McGill man. Well do I remember it. he said. "We was running our eastern down and making heavy weather of it. As fine a sailor man as ever walked with Samuel Heenan. I remember the look of him well, though, last morning a watching him when them bugseas curling a past him, and a watching the old girl and seeing how she took them, the skipper down below and drunken for days. It was at 7 that Heenan brought her up until the wind, not daring till run longer on that fearful sea. At 8, after having breakfast, he turns on half an hour after up comes the skipper, bleary-eyed and shaking a holding and told the companion. It was fair smoking, I am telling you, and there he stood blinking and nodding and talking to himself. "Keep you off," says he at last till Mona at the wheel. "My God," says the second mate standing beside him. The skipper never looks to him at all, but keeps on muttering and jabbing to himself. All of a sudden, like, he straightens up, throws his head back and says, "Put your wheel over, man. Now, damn ya, are you deaf? Thought you would not be hearing me?" It was a drunken man's luck, for the Starry Grace were off afore that God Almighty gale without shipping a bucket of water, the second mate shooting her orders, and the crew jumping like mad. And with that the skipper nods contented like till himself and goes below after more whiskey. It was plain murder, the lives of all of us, for it was no time for the biggest ship afloat to be running. Run? Never have I seen the like. It was beyond all thinking of me going to sea by men for 40 years. I'll tell you it was fair awesome. The face of the second mate was white as death, and he stood out alone for half an hour, when it was too much for him, and he went below and called Samuel and the third. I fine sailorman that Samuel. But it was too much for him. He looked and studied, but he could no see his way. He durst na heave till. She would have been sweeping out all horns and stockings everything, or afore she could have fetched up. There was naught to do but keep on running. And if it's worse than we're lost in any way, for soon or late that overtaken sea was sure to sweep us clear over poop and hull. Did he see it was a God Almighty gale? It was worse than that. The devil himself must have had a hand in the brewing of it. It was that fearsome. I looked on some sights, but I'm not caring to look on the like of that again. No man dared be on his spunk. No man dared moan on the decks. All hands of us stood on the top of the house and held on and watched. The 3 mates was on the poop, with 2 men on at the wheel, and the only man below was that whiskey-blighted captain, stone and drunk. And then I see it coming, a mile away, rising above all the waves like an island in the sea, the biggest wave ever I looked upon. The 3 men stood together and watched it coming and praying like we that she would not break in passing us. But it was not to be. At the last, when she rose up like a mountain, curling above the stern and blotting out the sky, the mates scattered, the second and third running for the mizzen shrouds and climbing up, but the first running to the wheel to lend a hand. He was a brave man, that Samuel Heenan. He ran straight into the face of that father always, no thinking of himself, but thinking only of the ship. The 2 men was lashed to the wheel, but he would be ready to hand on the case they was killed. And then she took it. We in the house could no see the poop for the 1,000 tons of water that he'd hit it. That wave cleaned them out, took everything along with it. The 2 mates climbing up the mizzen rigging, Samuel Heenan running to the wheel, the 2 men at the wheel, aye, and the wheel itself. We never saw aught of them, for she broached to what at the wheel going, and 2 men else was drowned off the house. Not to mention the carpenter that we put up on the break on the poop with every bone. His body broke till he was like so much jelly. And here enters the marvel of it, the miraculous wonder of that woman's heroic spirit. Margaret Heenan was 47 when the news came home of the loss of Samuel. And it was not long after that the unbelievable rumour went around Island McGill. I say unbelievable. Island McGill would not believe. Dr. Hall pooh-poohed it. Everybody laughed at it as a good joke. They traced back the gossip to Sarah Dack, servant to the Heenans, and who alone lived with Margaret and her husband. but Sarah Dack persisted in her assertion and was called a low-mouthed liar. One or two dared question Tom Heenan himself, but beyond black looks and curses for their presumption, they elicited nothing from him. The rumour died down, and the island fell to discussing in all its ramifications the loss of Grenoble in the China Seas, with all her officers and half her crew born and married on Island McGill. But the rumour would not stay down. Sarah Dack was louder in her assertions. The looks Tom Heenan cast about him were blacker than ever, and Dr. Hall, after a visit to the Heenan house, no longer pooh-poohed it. Then Island McGill sat up, and there was a tremendous wagging of tongues. It was unnatural and ungodly, the like had never been heard. And when, as time passed, the truth of Sarah Dack's utterances was manifest, the island folk decided, like the boss and the Starry Grace, that only the devil could have had a hand in so untoward a happening. And the infatuated woman, so Sarah Dack reported, insisted that it would be a boy. 11 bairns hae born, she said. 6 of them lusses and 5 of them laddies. And since there be balance in all things, so will there be balance with me. 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. There is the balance, and as sure as the sun rises up in the morning, that sure will it be a boy. And boy it was, and a prodigy. Dr. Hall raved about its unblemished perfection and massive strength, and wrote a brochure on it for the Dublin Medical Society as the most interesting case of the sort in his long career. When Sarah Dack gave the babe's unbelievable weight, Island McGill refused to believe and once again called her liar. But when Dr. Hall attested that he had himself weighed it and seen it tip that very notch, Island McGill held its breath and accepted whatever report Sarah Dack made of the infant's progress or appetite. And once again, Margaret Heenan carried a babe to Belfast and had it christened Samuel. As good as gold it was, said Sarah Dack to me. Sarah, at the time I met her, was a buxom, phlegmatic spinster of 60, equipped with an experience so tragic and unusual that though her tongue ran on for decades, its outputs would still be an imperishable interest to her cronies. As good, said Sarah Dack. Never fretted. Set it down on the sun by the hour, and never a sound it would make as long as it was no hungered. And that's strong. The grip of its hand was like a man's. I mind me when I was but hours old, it gripped me so mighty that I fetched to scream. I was that frightened. It was the punk o' health. It slept and ate and grew. It never bothered. Never a night's sleep it lost till no one. Not even a minute's, and that was cutting its teeth and all. And Margaret would dandle it up on knee and ask was there ever so fine a loddy on the 3 kingdoms. The way it grew, it wasn't in keeping with the way it ate. At a year it was the size of a bonnet too. It was slow to walk and talk, except for gurgling noises and its throat and for creeping on all fours. It didn't manage much of the walking and talking line, but that was to be expected from the way it grew. It all went till grown strong and healthy. And even old Tom Heenan cheered up the night of it, said, was there ever like of it on the 3 kingdoms? It was the Dr. Hull that first suspicioned. I mind me well, though it was little. I dreamt what he was up to at the time. I seed him holding things up front little Sammy's eyes and making noises, loud and soft and far and near, and little Sammy's ears. And then I see Dr. Hall go away, wrinkling his eyebrows and shaking his head like the bairn was alien. But he was no alien, I could swear till, me seeing him eat and grow. But Dr. Hall no said a word to Margaret, and I was no for guessing the why he was so puzzled. I mind me when little Sammy first spoke, he was 2 years old and the size of a child of 5, though he could not manage the walking yet. But he went around on all fours, happy and contented like and making no trouble as long as he was fed promptly, which was unusual often. I was hanging the wash on the line at the time when out he comes on all fours, his big head wagging till and fro and blinking at the sun, and then sudden he talked. I was dead talk back and he dead afraid. And fine I knew it then, the shaking of Dr. Hall's head. Talked? Never a barn on island talked so loud and to such purpose. There was no mistaking it. I stood there all trembling and shaking. Little Sammy was braying. I tell you, sir, he's braying like an ass, just like that, loud, long and cheerful. till it seemed his lungs would crack. He was an idiot. A great, awful monster idiot. It was after he talked that Dr. Hall told Margaret, but she would not believe. It would come out all right, she said. It was grown too fast for old house. Give it time, said she, and we would see. But old Tom Heenan knew, and he never held up his head again. He could no abide the thing, and would not bring himself to touch it, though no denying he was fair fascinated by it. Many the time I see him watching of it around a corner, or till his eye fair bulged with the horror. And when it brayed, old Tom would stick his fingers till his ears and look that miserable I could have butted in. And bray it could. It was the only thing it could do besides eat and grow. Whatever it was hungry, it brayed, and there was no stopping it save with food. And always of a morning, when first it crowed to the kitchen door and blinked at the sun, it brayed. And it was braying that brought about its end. I mind me well, it was 3 years old, and as bug as laid at 10. Old Tom had been going from bed to worse, ploughing up and down the fields and talking and muttering to himself. On the morning of the day I mind me, he was sitting on the bench outside the kitchen, or fitting the handle to the pickaxe. Unbeknown, the monster eater crawled to the door and brayed after his fashion at the sun. I see old Tom start up and look, and there was the monster eater, working his bug head and blinking and braying like the great big ass it was. It was too much for Tom. Something went wrong with him sudden-like. He jumped to his feet and fetched the pick handle down on the monster eater's head. And he had it again and again like it was a mad dog and he was afraid of it. And he went straight to the stable and hung himself to the rafter. And I was no for stopping on after such like. I went full stay along with my sister that was married till John Martin and comfortable off. I sat on the bench by the kitchen door and regarded Margaret Heenan. With her callous thumb she pressed down the live fire of her pipe and gazed out across the twilight-sombered fields. It was the very bench Tom Heenan had sat upon that last sanguinary day of life, and Margaret sat in the doorway where the monster, blinking at the sun, had so often wagged its head and brayed. We had been talking for an hour, she with that slow certitude of eternity that so befitted her, and, for the life of me, I could lay no finger on the motives that ran through the tangled warp and woof of her. Was she a martyr to truth? Did she have it in her to worship at so abstract a shrine? Had she conceived abstract truth to be the one high goal of human endeavour on that day of long ago when she named her firstborn Samuel? Or was hers the stubborn obstinacy of the ox, the fixity of purpose of the bulky horse, the stolidity of the self-willed peasant mind? Was it whim or fancy? The one streak of lunacy in what was otherwise an eminently rational mind? Or reverting, was hers the spirit of a Bruno? Was she convinced of the intellectual rightness of the stand she had taken? Was hers a steady, enlightened opposition to superstition? Or, and a subtler thought, was she mastered by some vaster, profounder superstition? A fetish worship of which the Alpha and the Omega was the cryptic Samuel. "Will you be telling me," she said, "that if the second Samuel had been named Larry, that he would not have fell on the hot water and drowned? And between you and me, sir, and you are intelligent looking to the eye, would the name have made at anywheres different? Would the washing or no be done that day had he been Larry or Michael? Would hot water no be hot? And would hot water no burn off if he had any other name but Samuel?" I acknowledged the justice of her contention, and she went on. "Do a wee bit of a name change the plans of God? Do the world run by hut or muss, and be God a weak, shilly-shallying creature that had out of the fight destiny of things because the worm Margaret Heenan seen footful name her bairn Samuel? There be my son Jamie. He was wool no sign of Russian fun had he's true, because of believing that Russian funds to be managing the ones of the walking bad weather. Will you be thinking so? Will you be thinking that God makes the winds to blow? Will bend his head from on high to listen the word of greasy Russian fun on some dirty ship's fossil? I said no, certainly not. But she was not to be set aside from pressing home the point of her argument. then will you be thinking the God that directs the stars and their courses, and to whose mighty foot the world as but a footstool, will you be thinking that he will take a spite again, Margaret Heenan, and send a big wave off the Cape to wash her son until eternity, all because she was for naming him Samuel? But why Samuel? I asked. And that I do not know. I wanted it so. But why did you want it so? And as meet that would be answering a such like question. Be there any man living or dead that can answer? Who can tell the why I like? My Jamie was fair daft on buttermilk. He would have drunk it till he said himself his buck teeth was awash. But my Timothy could no abide buttermilk. I like to listen till the thunder growing and roaring and ramping. My Katy could no abide the noise of it, but must scream and flutter and go running for the mudmost of feather a bed. Never yet have I heard the answer to the why I like. God alone has that answer. You and me be immortal, and we cannot know. Enough for us to know what we like and what we dislike. I like, that is the first word and the last. And behind that, like no man can go and find the why of it. I like Samuel, and I like it well. It has a sweet name, and there be a rolling wonder on the sound of it, that passes understanding. Twilight deepened, and in the silence I gazed upon that splendid dome of a forehead, which time could not mar, at the width between the eyes, and at the eyes themselves clear, outlooking and wide-seeing. She rose to her feet with an air of dismissing me, saying, It will be a dark walk home, and there'll be no more than a sprinkle of wet on the sky. Have you any regrets, Margaret Heenan? I asked, suddenly and without forethought. She studied me for a moment. That I know how born another son. And you would? I faltered. Ay, that I would, she answered. It would have been his name. I went down the dark road between the hawthorn hedges, puzzling over the why of like, repeating Samuel to myself and aloud, and listening to the rolling wonder in its sound that had charmed her soul and led her life in tragic places. Samuel! There was a rolling wonder in the sound. Aye, there was. End of section 14. Recording by R.W. Rapdall. End of The Strength of the Strong by Jack London.